Let's go ahead and get this meeting started. Today's date is November 1, 2022. We are in the City Council Hall chambers at, I think it's 10 West State Street. I don't have that script in front of me. And today is the 2023 Strategic Planning Session, but it's also a City Council meeting, and we are streaming. Should we take the roll?
Who? Isom?
Here.
Kell?
Here.
Bodyhoff? Schneider?
Here.
Thompson? Walker?
Here.
I think that constituted a quorum. I know it will be in about 5 minutes when Mr. Walker walks in. Okay. Well, there he is. Very good. And to finish the roll call.
Thompson?
Yes. Here.
Very good. Thank you. Okay.
All right,
Take it away.
So I'm Susan Parker. Thanks for having me back again today. We are going to go through the elements of our strategic plan, and by the end of today, we will have agreement on the 3-year picture statements. I'll talk about that a little bit more, as well as our goals and goals or actions and the priority of those heading into 2023. Our agenda is going to look like this. We're going to just confirm the mission. We're going to look at the values and the potential. Perfect, thank you. We'll look at the mission. We'll look at the values and some of the proposed changes that the staff has made. We'll review the SWOT analysis, our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so that those first 3 elements are going to be the the least, I should say, interactive, if you will. And then we're going to move into that 3-year vision pictures by strategy. And so that you all were sent ahead of time. And we're going to talk about where do we want to be 3 years from now. The reason for looking at where do we want to be 3 years from now is so that the council and the staff are all aligned on what that looks like and feels like, so we can create the best actions that move us forward towards that 3-year picture. And so we'll talk through that. Once we get through those, then we'll be able to talk about what are the goals or actions we want to do in the next year or so, knowing that some of the actions in the world of city government might take more than a year, especially when we're talking about things like capital projects and things like that. But we'll think about it in the context of in the next year, what are those things we want to get started or work on? And so we'll go through looking at what the staff had brainstormed. We'll add to it what you all would like to see done. We'll get up and do some voting on that. And at the end of our time, we'll have that priority of what it looks like. And so as we move into tomorrow, if you will, or into January of next year, we will all be in alignment on where we're headed. And so that's what it's going to look like. We will take a couple breaks throughout our time. Lunch is going to get here about noon. And so that'll be a target. So we'll hopefully take one break in between that, have lunch, and then be able to wrap up today. So that's what the agenda looks like. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of fun while we're doing it today. Any questions or comments on the agenda before we get into it?
One quick comment. I'm
Yep.
sorry, I should have introduced you to Susan Parker, Sparker Solutions, for those that are streaming in today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thanks.
And the agenda looks fine to me, but does anybody else have any other input about it? Okay.
Excellent. And the other thing, Mayor, too, or City Councilman, if I use words like vote and things like that, please let me know if I use the wrong term for the council meeting, right? So you'll see when we get there, like we'll use dots for voting and stuff. But if that creates actual structure that needs to happen, just let me know. It's meant to just do a prioritization, right? So when we get there and I use those
Gary
terms.
Thompson's the one that kind of keeps me in line when I screw up on things like that.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So with that, the mission statement of the City of Marshalltown has been this for a few years. The City of Marshalltown collaborates to provide a welcoming, safe, vibrant, and growing community. I am going to ask and assume that we don't want to see any changes to the mission statement, that we're all still feeling pretty good about that. Okay, excellent. The second is our values. So there, you see in the current column how we had defined our values previously. On the proposed, it's just some updating to the wording of the overall values. So I'd like for you to take a minute, as well as changing inclusiveness to be inclusion. So I'd like for you, hopefully you had a chance to review that. Are there any questions or comments on how we would change the values? And as a reminder, core values are just those key words we would use to help us if we are making a decision between a good and a good option. So decisions usually between good and bad are pretty easy to make. Decisions when I'm faced with two good things can be a little bit harder, and so the values can become that filter through which we look at that. They also are things we would use as we're hiring people, as we're thinking about the city, that kind of a thing. And so from that perspective, do you all as council members have any questions or concerns about some of the changes that have been proposed, all of them highlighted in yellow, obviously, on this slide? Any questions or comments?
Robert, I just admitted that I had not recognized we were going to be streaming, but we are streaming today. So if you need to be someplace else and multitask, you can. My question, I liked some of the changes. I just wondered who authored them.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so the city staff, Jessica and her team, took a look at these ahead of this meeting. So they did some prep work to say what would they recommend as being a potential change. And so that's where those changes have come from, would be her and her team.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Shall we hit them one
Yep.
at a time?
Yep. So Gabe, if I start on my left, any concerns? Are you good with the proposed changes?
No problem with the changes outside of the fact that if we're going to provide equal access to all community members, we don't have a budget for that. And doing that, as I look through some of the strategies, goals, and actions as we progress throughout the day, that'll be prohibitive with regards to what we have from a lever's perspective to be able to actually accomplish that. So I just am concerned that if we're going to put that as a value, our ability to execute to that value is limited.
Thank you. Barry.
So on that point, the only comment I had coming in here was, how are we defining equal? And there are things that we will discuss later on with strategies that talk about some of the barriers to provide equal access. So fine with the word. I'm curious or wanting to ensure we're all clear on its meaning.
Mm-hmm. Al.
I don't have any comments at this time.
Thank you. Mayor?
I'd rather reserve rebuttal.
All right. Jeff?
In the stewardship, that ampersand doesn't make any sense to me.
We respect and care for the human, financial, and natural resources and infrastructure of the community. So I read it like, did that make sense? I read it
Well,
like,
I just think it would be stated more clearly.
Yeah.
Comment, that ampersand doesn't need to be there. It's meant to be, yeah.
got it.
So, thank you for catching that, Jeff.
Yep, I will remove that. Thank you.
Other than that, it's okay. Same concerns that Gabe and Barry have of, equal means different things to different people. I'm not interested in going into the equity portion necessarily, but equal is okay.
No comments at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, by the way, as I'm writing notes. And Gary?
I'm just wondering how many interpreters we're hiring, since I was told there's 56 dialects in Marshalltown now. So that inclusion, we provide equal access to all community members. Are we hiring a mass of interpreters so we can provide equal access?
And my thought, having reserve rebuttal, is we strive to provide equal access. I mean, I know we're doing a pretty fair job at the school and some of the city publications of having translation into Spanish, which is the predominantly other spoken language in town. But yeah, we're not going to be able to get 54 different interpreters. But there's no reason to stop striving. Truly.
Yep. So if I'm here, based on the comments, if we said we strive to provide equal access to all community members, when we get through this, that might make that better in terms of inclusion. And then also this question of what does equal really mean? And so what I would propose, if we go through the rest of our time with that thought in mind, we're going to strive to provide equal access. And then we think about what equal means. When we get to the end of our day, let's come back and make sure we're all still okay with that value changing in light of, Gabe, as you were talking about, in light of what we go through with the actions and things like that. Do we still feel like striving for that is the right way to define what we mean by inclusiveness or inclusion and make that change? Does that make sense to everybody? And I'll remove the ampersand as well. That's the other one. Okay?
Good to go.
But otherwise, the rest of them are good. Nice. Thank you guys very much. So we'll come back on inclusion and get rid of the ampersand and maybe add the word strive. We strive to provide equal access. Excellent. All right. So with that, as we look at our SWOT analysis, we're going to start first with the strengths and weaknesses. So remember, strengths are the internal look at what we do well. Weaknesses are the internal look at the areas we can improve upon. So I'll first ask on strengths, if you all had an opportunity to look through the strengths, is there anything in the strengths that you were surprised to see, so meaning you might not agree with it as being a strength, or anything that you felt was missing? And so Barry, I'll start with you this time. Look at me going around. Do you have anything you might want to add on strengths?
Not specific to strengths. When we get to weaknesses, there's a few that I'm not sure are lining up.
Perfect. Al, what about strengths?
I'm good with this.
Good with strengths. Mayor, do you want to reserve right for rebuttal? You want me to always come back to you last?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Jeff.
I don't get a vote, so I just get the last word.
That works for me. That's excellent. Jeff.
I'm okay with it.
Okay with strengths, Dex?
No issues.
Gary.
I'm fine.
Gabe.
Good.
Perfect. All right, Barry, let's talk about weaknesses.
Well, specific to strengths, we talk about optimism, perseverance, resiliency. So words that are typically afforded to a positive side of the spectrum. And then when you get to weaknesses, the third bullet point's negativity. So
Yep. Jessica, do you mind weighing in on that one?
I will certainly be here to provide a color commentary or explanation.
Thank
I think, there is certainly a divide in our city employee group as well, where not everybody comes to work with a positive attitude every day. Not everybody believes in the things that we are trying to do, and that ultimately, as we look internally, there is negativity amongst our employee group as well. And so that's where we wanted to call that out, because I think that's something that from a department head level, we all try to work on a daily basis as well.
Anything else, Barry?
the last one, commuting of employees, just would like a little color around that, trying to quantify.
Yeah, I would say I don't have like current stats of where we are, but we do have a number of employees that do not live in city limits and are therefore commuting to work. And when you start talking about who might be commuting 50 miles or more, which is kind of a standard that we've been looking at from like the chamber and the community level, I don't have that information. But I would say we're probably roughly maybe 50-50 in terms of living in city limits versus driving into work every day.
Wow. I knew the JBS plant had a problem with that percentage. I didn't realize we were that high.
Yeah, is that the city or is that just employees in Marshalltown in general?
City employees. And I say this knowing that there are a lot who maybe have a Marshalltown address, Marshalltown zip code, but are just not in city limits. So
your 50-50 is not that 50 mile.
No, I'd
When
say
you-
we
when
probably
you're
have
using-
50% of employees living in.
Outside the city limits.
Yeah.
They could be just outside the city limits.
Yes, could
Okay.
be just outside the city limits, but far less than 50 miles. So I can have Jill pull that information and see if we can have that before we get into some stuff over there too. So
I'm tempted to get you a microphone.
So there is not a long enough cord on one of them. We tried already. I need my steps, so we're good.
All right. We'll have to check, see how many you got at the end of the day.
Barry, do you have another one?
Yep,
Okay.
the last comment I have specific to this, and not to go down a rabbit hole, but the competitive wages for seasonal and part-time employees, absent a salary survey, this could extend to a group much larger than just that.
Yep.
Don't know the answer, but just a comment on that.
Yeah. So the explanation of negativity and commuting of employees, those two, did that help answer why the staff and landed it on the weakness side? I'm going to make sure that first, and then yeah, the competitive wages could expand if we thought it needed to happen.
Yeah, I think if we could get some information to quantify that commuting of employees, those that choose a rural address probably aren't as problematic as those that are traveling 50 miles. My opinion on that, but
Yep.
absent that information, hard
Yep.
to really comment any further.
Yep, nice, thanks. Thanks. So yeah, so we will try to get that just so we understand the risk that might have in terms of retention of employees, that kind of a thing. Al, any comments from you on the weaknesses?
I was just concerned with the commuting of employees, and you talked about that, so.
Nice. Thanks. Jeff,
No, nothing more right now.
Dex.
I'm curious about the bullet that says employee burnout. That's kind of a buzzword. And when I think about burnout, I'm thinking about positions like ER nurses that are working double shifts due to being overrun with patients, or teachers that are lifting the burden of trying to be everywhere at once during a pandemic. Can you give some examples of who is burning out and what are the causes of that?
Yeah, and what it probably could I add maybe what it looks like in a city context? Is that okay?
Yeah, I would say so. The city generally has frontline employees as well. We've seen a significant amount of turnover in the police department recently as well. I think when you think about those frontline employees, they're certainly experiencing a different type of burnout. As we talk about this from the level of department heads, I think, we're just closing the tornado with FEMA. We're just closing the derecho. You've had COVID in there too. I think it's just sort of the general of, we keep spinning our wheels against things which are out of our control, and that just eats up so much energy where you just feel that burnout starting to set in. So that's how I would describe that.
Outside of our police department and fire department, because we get those updates, how many employees have we lost?
Oh, goodness. I'm not sure. I'd have to get that. I would say we're probably talking about in maybe the last year, probably less than 10 from other departments, some being retirements and not just exiting for a different job. So.
So as long as we're contacting Jill about the commuting employees, would it be helpful if it was easy for Jill to get that information? And I'm thinking about whether or not it will impact some of the actions we feel like we need to take next year. To back up or to add to that, when we look at weaknesses, these obviously we should look at them as risks to the city staff. And so if there is anything in here that's jumping out at you, like we're talking about employee burnout, where you think maybe we need to do something next year, would that data be helpful, Dex, to also ask Jill for? If it's easy.
2021 and 2022 year to date.
Yeah. Thank you. That's good. Excellent. Gary, any comments on weaknesses from your perspective?
Well, following up on that, first couple things. For someone looking at this from the outside, not being internal to the city, do we need to define negativity of employees, employee attitude? I mean, does everybody know when it says internal, does everybody understand that's the city employment? I mean, because people outside of us are going to look at this and wonder, because even we're wondering, And then on the employee burnout, does Jill do exit interviews?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to have to.
Only if somebody wants to, then we don't force them to do it.
Then I'm going to have to disagree with you on the police department being burnout, Because it's my understanding most of the people leaving our force are staying in law enforcement. So that tells me, and from what I'm hearing from other law enforcement agencies, they're as understaffed as we are. So you can't say our people are being burnt out here and going to another job to be burnt out there. So it makes you wonder, what is the root cause of why we're losing police officers to the sheriff's department and other agencies? Is it pay, or is it our management style at the police department? I mean, I guess I'm questioning including those police officers in the numbers you're going to get for us that Dex asked for. I definitely want to know the number of the commuting employees, even the ones that live outside the city limits, because as everybody knows, that's a bone I have to pick, that we're paying the employees out of taxpayer money, and these employees aren't paying their share of taxes in the city. So other than that, I'm okay with everything.
Yep. Gabe, anything to add?
No comment. Everything's been touched for the most part with regards to any questions or comments I had.
Excellent. So we'll get a couple pieces of data that, Mayor,
No, I'm
last
easy to
word.
overlook. I'm short.
You're-
That's been a problem all my life.
And you're right in front of me, and so that was
Yeah.
also a,
I would turn the corner and talk about the general fund stability, declining revenues, and we all know that the state legislature is cutting back every year. Every year we get promises and they don't meet it. But the general fund stability is something that, in terms of combating the negativity both within the city staff and in the voters' minds, we keep our good bond rating. We're doing well. We have debt like every other city, but we're hearing the negativism and the criticisms out there, and every city council meeting somebody will stand up and claim the sky is falling. And so part of what I think we need to do in the strength thing is to keep telling people we're doing fine. The sky is not falling. We're rebuilding a town, and we're doing better even after the tornado. By the way, some of us still pucker up when that siren goes off on Tuesday morning because of the tornado. But that's that was the one that jumped out at me was the general fund stability today. So that's all.
thanks. So it sounds like nothing to add, other than maybe a couple words around negativity to make it clear what that means, so to be clear. But overall, we recognize these are the strengths and the weaknesses, and we're going to grab some data to help us know better about employees leaving and how we would define burnout, what that looks like, as well as some data on the commuting of employees. And then publishing these together sounds like, Mayor, if I interpreted you correctly, to make sure that even though we talk about general fund stability, declining revenues being one of those weaknesses, there's also these strengths that are coming because we're rebuilding a town, and so making sure we understand the balance of what's happening there. Did I capture that correctly, or
No, you didn't. We
Okay.
do have optimism and perseverance. Well, that's kind of where I fell on the strengths, and so the hope is that outweighs the weakness of the legislature keeps cutting us back, and we are having to come up with money to buy properties we didn't think we'd have to buy before a tornado, but we're doing it, and we're coming up with solutions and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Excellent. So for council members, again, I'll remind you, when we look at both the strengths and the weaknesses, and we get to talking about our 3-year picture, and we talk about the actions we want to take the next year, this is a good resource for us to make sure we've identified the right way forward, if you will, because we don't want to do anything that changes a strength into a weakness, and we certainly, if it makes sense to address one of the risks that a weakness would bring forward, we want to make sure that we're capturing that as we move forward as well. So great. The next one is the opportunities and threats. And so this, if you think about it like looking outside a window or looking out a window at the external things that influence the city government. So the opportunities would be those things that we see that could help, like, again, give us an opportunity to do something new or better or different, but we see that as being a thing we could use moving forward. So with that, Al, I'll start with you. Hopefully y'all had a chance to read through that. Any questions on the opportunities, and is there anything you would like to see added to the opportunity list? Anything, a different way to say that is, did you see anything missing that you were surprised wasn't on the opportunity list? That kind of a thing.
I would say no. It's a good list.
Thanks, Al. Jeff, anything from your perspective?
No.
Dex, Gary? Gabe?
No.
Barry?
Nothing.
Nice. All right. So threats is then just the opposite of that. What are the external forces that we're seeing that, again, could present an issue for us? Again, we would look up this list of threats as being something we might use as input into where we want to be 3 years from now, what we might need to work on next year. That's the benefit of having a threat list. So Al, from your perspective, are there any threats that either you were surprised were on this list or you felt were missing from this list?
I would say no. It's good.
Thanks, Al. Jeff?
No, I don't have anything else in my notes on that one.
Dex, anything? Gary?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see the listening to the 1% negative taken off the list, because if we're encouraging full community involvement, we shouldn't see that as a threat. We should be empowered to address that as a strength. You know, anybody's concerns. I think that's lived its life long enough on our list for years. If we're confident in what we're doing and we can sell that message or spread that message to people and counter anything that comes to us, including within ourselves, I mean, if we can debate and vote on things, then we should be able to do that with the community.
All right. Reaction from anyone? How do we feel? How would we feel about that no longer being a threat to us?
Our ability to capitalize and communicate what we're doing doesn't negate it. So I disagree.
I think that part of the perspective that Councilman Thompson has is correct in that we want people to feel like they can dissent and that they can bring forward ideas. But the reason that I think I'm okay with it remaining is the word negative. There's room for collaboration, there's room for information sharing, but if it's just that 1% that's just entirely negative, that makes me feel like it belongs on the list. But I don't disagree with his point that just because you disagree doesn't mean that that's not healthy in even local democracy.
Anybody else?
Leave it on there.
Yeah, I think leave it on there. I mean, based on some of the conversation, I don't know how much value the 1% brings. I mean, I think it's very pointed, but listening to negativity in general is a threat. So I don't know where people think on how it's worded, but I don't know if that helps or changes anything.
Since I started on the council 10 years ago, I pegged it at 15%, not 1%. And, you know, I just joined No Labels as a state lead to try to get more collaboration and cross-party discussions going. And so it is not negative to listen. I mean, we should be listening to the negative, whether it's 15% or 1%. For me, it's the idea is to have the promotion and the positive feedback outweigh the negative, if it should. But we need to have the negative to keep us sharp and know what we're doing.
Susan?
Yeah.
May I?
Mm-hmm.
Is a better term, it's not really listening is the threat, is it empowering the negativity?
And it's similar thought, is there a missing word of only listening to the negative 1% or only listening to the negative? To your point, Barry, if we don't want to put a percent around it, is the threat that, is it empowering the negative or only listening to the negative? Does that help make that one clearer that we still want we still want everybody to share. We just don't want, as a city, we don't want to be held captive, if you will, to the negative, lower volume voices, if you will. We want to hear the concerns, no doubt, just don't want to be, I don't know, controlled by it. That's not a good word, but that kind of a thought. How do y'all feel?
If I got to write the script, I'd say having the negativity outweigh the positivity. I mean, that's the threat. We have to fold up our tent and let the city square dry up and blow away if we're all just negative and there's no reason to go vote and there's no reason to fund the city and, we're taxing too much. So it's having the negativity outweigh the positivity that I consider a threat.
How do y'all feel about that?
Doesn't matter to me, at least. We're arguing semantics right now, so.
Yep.
Directionally.
Directionally
correct.
good? Directionally good? All right, thank you, Gary. Were there any other threats? I think I'm to you, Gabe, if I'm right, because Gary shared that. So did you have anything, Gabe, on the threats?
Nothing to add.
Barry?
Nothing new.
Perfect. All right. Nice job. Phew, look at us go. All right, so we will get that updated. Again, with the threat, with both strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, all four of them, keep those in mind as we now get into the top level strategies and what we would like for the 3-year picture statements. So we have had 4 top level strategies for the city of Marshalltown for the last several years, which is a great thing. These strategies are things that should carry over time and allow us to focus our energy in these 4 areas. Expand and improve development in the community, enhance Marshalltown's public image, continually improve and sustain the city's organization, services, and infrastructure, partner with citizens, for-profit, nonprofit, and others to improve quality of life. So before we get into that, I should absolutely ask, is there any one of those top-level strategies that you came in today and said, I think that strategy should go away? I'm going to ask that question first. And seeing no heads shaking yes at me, I'm going to say, is there any strategy that you feel like is missing? So again, this would be the just that top level area of focus, if you will, that we might need to take into 2023 and beyond. So these would be those things that would cover multiple years. Is there anything that you'd like added? I'm watching heads now.
Well, I might want to throw in one of the specifics. We've identified housing was the number one thing. We got a problem, and that involves the commuting and all sorts of other things. Our water supply is the best in the state, and that they do a taste test, and about every 5 years we win that one. But our ability to get the water needed by our major employers here, and then the prospective people that we have that we want to recruit into town has become a problem. And 2 of the counselors have done a very nice op-ed piece about that recently. I'd kind of like to have water be a focus under strategy 1. Because I know that's a big challenge. I just ran into some people from Colorado involved in state politics out there, and oh my God, if they got problems out there, we are facing better problems because we've already got really good water and probably pretty good access to it, but we're going to need to figure out how to process more water here.
Excellent. So hang on to that thought, Mayor, and when we get into the details of each of these strategies, we'll definitely address water under strategy 1 and talk about that. Is there any high level strategy we want added? I'm going to go with no as I'm watching heads nod. Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do now is go ahead.
May I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Though? Jessica, when you met with the staff, can you just give us a quick feedback on how they felt about these 4? Your staff.
So I will point out one thing that we thought was maybe not necessary to bring back for you to consider, which is adding number 3 prior said continually improve and sustain the city's organization and services. We added and infrastructure to that based on the conversations we've had. And so as we went through that, we felt adding infrastructure into that really strengthened a lot of the activities that we had previously categorized categorized underneath that. Otherwise, there was no changes that were seen by staff.
And then since I have you up here, since there's only one department head here, and I know how we changed this, but are you speaking for all department heads if we have
Yes.
specific questions about
Yes.
something later on?
Yes, just to have them all take 5 hours out of their days was going to be too much to be here. And so that is, as there are questions that come up very specific, I am in touch trying to get answers, just like Jill's not physically here right now, but she's working on grabbing the data that we've talked about, so.
Thank you. Thanks, Sue.
All right, so given that, as we move forward, what we're going to do next, I haven't looked at the time, we've only 30 minutes, we're good. We will take a break after the first two strategies, by the way, and then we'll take a break. I'm saying that out loud so y'all help me remember that I said we're going to take a break after the first two. What I'd like for you to do, in each strategy, I'm going to show you the brainstorm vision statements that the staff came up with. And what we're going to do then as a council is we can either adopt what's there, we can modify what's there, or we can add to it. The purpose of 3-year picture statements are for us all to be in agreement on things like when we say expand and improve development in the community, what do we believe that looks like and feels like 3 years from now? So that directionally, the council and the staff are all aligned on where we're headed. And then we'll come down that next step further and say, so what does that mean if that's where we want to be in 3 years? What do we need to do in the next year in order for us to move towards that 3-year picture that ultimately helps us achieve this expansion and improvement in the community, right? Okay, so that's where we're headed. And so I'm gonna put up for you the first vision statements that were created by strategy. If you brought in notes already, that's great, or I can give you a couple of minutes to think about it in light of what we talked about with strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then we will ask the question of what do you want that 3-year picture to look like? As you're thinking about that, also include things like specifics that might need to be added to the strategy. So the example that we sent out in the pre-work, or that I sent out in the pre-work, was when we talk about partnering with citizens, for-profit, nonprofit, and others. Do we need to have something in that 3-year picture that makes it more specific who we're talking about, which nonprofits, or that type of a thing? And so it's that kind of thinking that we want to have so that these 3-year picture statements, while they won't be specific and measurable necessarily, because 3 years from now, so much could change, they are to be directionally, how does it look and feel? Okay? So with that, the first one, and again, the statements that I have on the screen were the brainstorm ideas from the staff. That does not mean that they have to be what the answer is. It's just when the staff talked about what does expand and improve development in the community look like, feel like 3 years from now, they said it looks like Marshalltown has multiple owner-occupied and rental housing opportunities available to new and existing residents, including more than 100 owner-occupied units from 2023 to 2025. Downtown is revitalized through multiple grant projects, restoration projects, and new construction projects on infill lots. Downtown is known as a destination for living, working, and playing. So I'd like for you to take a couple minutes to think about how you would write those 3-year picture statements. What do you think it should look like? Again, this might be, Mayor, to your point, where water might come into play at this 3-year. What does that look like? But think about those ideas. What have you got? What do you think they should be? Write them down, and then we'll talk about how we either change what's up there, replace what's up there, add to what's up there, that kind of a thing. All right, has everybody had a chance to kind of think about it? What I'd like to do then is put you into, it's so nice, these two groups of three. And I would like so Mayor, you can choose if you want to join one of them, one of those groups, whichever group you want to go to. And I'd like for you in your small group to talk about the ideas you had for the 3-year picture, where do we want to be, and come to some consensus on what you want those statements to be. Again, they can either be the 2 that are up here, we can add to it. There is no, we can have as many as we want in terms of 3-year picture statements, right? So I would say maybe 100 would be way too many, but if we wanted to have 3 or 4, that kind of a thing. But you guys come to agreement on what we want them to be, so then we can share with the whole council, whatever y'all say, and we'll see what we can get for consensus. And like I said, Mayor, you can choose which direction you want to go on this one, and then on the next one you can pick the other group. All right? So take 5 minutes and come to some kind of consensus. Perfect.
You probably guessed that by now. What is your name, just so I have it for reference? Oh, you got business.
Let me give you a business. Would that be easiest?
That would be
And then
much
you
easier.
can- Absolutely. My name is Susan, by the way. It's not that I don't know my name. That sounded really funny.
No.
All of a sudden I'm like,
But you got
but then you've got,
spellings and stuff.
absolutely.
Okay, so Susan Parker. That's a pretty
I know,
that is a
that's
pretty
what I said.
standard name.
It
so
is
I'm
a
like,
pretty
oh,
standard
okay,
name,
okay.
so yeah,
Yeah, I can probably figure that one spelling out on that one. But thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for being here today. It's kind of fun.
I'd rather spend 5 hours, huh?
Yeah. The good news is I do think we will get done early, but I don't want to tell people that. Because then you get all excited and you never know if the conversation heads a direction.
Sure.
But they're doing good on that. How are we doing? A couple more minutes? A couple more minutes. Yep, you bet. Absolutely. I'll go ahead. In the interest of time, I'll write down what you've got. Okay. Okay. So keep the, so tell me.
So that's my own fear of that is, I like this.
Until tomorrow when I get
I just
Okay.
need to add this.
Is that L-I-N-N or? Yep.
It gets back to the water.
And Lynn Creek expansion, you said, right? Development. I got distracted by how you spell the word Lynn, and then I, like, my brain went to.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm gonna, oops, can't spell the development of commercial, commercial and industrial. Oh my gracious. Industrial. What is that? I know. Okay, we are enabling the development of commercial and industrial investments.
So you take away the designation of it.
Yep. So is it some, so if it were to be something like our water infrastructure, Old Thompson Hospital campus and mall are enabling the development of commercial and industrial investments? Or some, I mean, it's something along those lines, right? Those are the three key. No. I just want to make, I want to make sure I said that. Yeah, I like the word actually. I don't want to lose that thought, key hubs, that might help us in our wording. Using that, or describing those three areas that might help us in our wording. So anything else? Nice. How are you guys? Are you ready? ready? Yep. All right, tell me what you've got, and then we will discuss. As a large group on what we have. So.
Yeah. So I've got it. We'd like to encourage development by opening up more subdivisions of varying sizes and maybe build requirements. So we could have a lot of types of houses being built at the, for people who want to build houses, they could build large houses on large lots, or small houses on large lots, or medium houses on medium lots. It just seems like we've kind of hamstrung ourselves that we have a bunch of small lots. And so I think we just need a larger diversity of sizes and different areas for people to build. The idea is hopefully that will encourage developers to either form in town, come to town.
So do you mind, Jeff, coming back and telling us? So we're going to encourage development by opening up. Tell me that.
A different subdivisions and different lot types.
So if you want a headline for the TR tomorrow, we're going to use eminent domain and take all ag land within the city limits.
That was not discussed for the record.
I was like, do you, that's nice. I love that. That's one way for us to look at it. Okay, so this is like large lots for large homes was the example. Okay.
Yeah, but the whole gambit.
Example. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. But basically, making it less restrictive. Or making our current, did I understand that right, Jeff?
Diversity in residential development.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good way to put it.
Thank you.
So.
Way to put it.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Another just semantic thing, but
Yep.
we should probably add the Oxford comma after working. I think we've used that everywhere else in this thing.
Where did you say that?
In point 2.
Oh, in point 2. Oh, gosh, I'm reading, trying to read through my notes, like, where did I write that? Point 2. Yes, so, okay, so first question, did you all have anything else, by the way?
No, nothing that qualifies as a strategy.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna start, but just, not imminent. Do you want me to have everybody vote on that? No. Just double checking. Okay. Thank you for having fun, by the way. That's really good. So my first question is, there was not a lot of discussion on, actually I should be careful. Was your bullet of encouraging development by opening up the diversity in residential development, is that a proposal on how to change bullet number 1 or in addition to?
Another bullet point.
Okay, thank you. I was making sure. Are we all good with bullet number 1? And that being part of our 3-year vision. Nobody talked about that, I don't think. So I was going to assume no one mentioning it meant we were in support of it, but I should ask. Do we like number 1?
Yeah, the only thing I question is where did that number come from?
The 100 number?
I don't quote me on this, but I believe that is the number that the chamber is looking at in sort of a housing initiative. And so with housing, especially because it's not just the city, there are multiple organizations, we've tried to keep our numbers aligned with each other, so we're all working towards the same goal.
Okay. So that's going to be one of our 3-year picture statements, aligning with the chamber, which is great too. So on bullet number 2, we'd like to include the 13th Street District expansion and Lynn Creek development. That's the proposal on the table to also go into the downtown. So downtown is revitalized through multiple grant projects, restoration projects, and new construction projects on infill lots. Downtown is known as a destination for living, working, and playing, and that includes the 13th Street District expansion and Lynn Creek development. And I apologize, I might not have the wording quite right on that, but the idea, that's the idea. How do y'all feel about that?
The reason we include that, some of the other heartbeats of the community. Downtown's obviously the biggest heart with regards to investment, where obviously some of our priorities are going, but not the only one as you look at kind of some of the focus in both projects, both from the city and other entities within the community. So trying to not make it inclusive and so isolated with regards to some of the other stuff we're driving ultimately.
Make sense? So we'll just add a little bit to that second bullet. So we've got 2, and then we've got 2 other ideas. The first one being We are enabling the development of commercial and industrial investment with these key hubs of water infrastructure, old hospital campus, mall. Wording along those lines. So the idea of enabling the development of commercial and industrial investment as well. Again, key hubs of water infrastructure, old hospital campus, mall. We'll word that, obviously when we get it worded, we'll word it better, but reaction from Jeff, Dex, Gary on that one.
Shouldn't that say malls?
Malls.
Both of them? Both of them? Because the other one's got a lot of vacancy in it too right now.
So pluralize it?
No objection.
Please pluralize.
You're going to give me an S, right? I'll take an S.
Just pluralizing the word. Okay, so we'll pluralize malls, but that, we good with that? We feel like that also is part of this expanding and improving development in the community, a good 3-year picture statement?
Well, some of that was the chicken or egg conversation because infrastructure is on strategy 3, but I mean, we know how those are all interlinked.
Another thing is, the new industrial park that, the dirt work kind of just got finished on. How are we going to start marketing that and certifying it and everything? Does that belong in strategy?
Jessica's opinion is that is strategy 1, not strategy 3.
And by the way, Jeff, hang on to that idea because maybe, I don't know what's on your action list, but when we get to actions under strategy 1, that might be one of the things we want to do this year is marketing. You know right at this point I'm making this up, right? Yeah. But it could be that becomes an action for next year. Since the dirt work is done, we're going to start marketing that, which ultimately then drives us towards what does that mean we're doing to enable the development of this if it's a 3-year picture. But are we good with, so we're good with having this on there? It's kind of how I'm reading it. Again, it will be worded better than how I wrote it up here, but that idea, key hubs, good. All right, then the other one is to encourage the development by opening up different subdivisions and lot types, the large for large, medium for medium, small for small, but basically this diversity in residential development. Adding in another 3-year picture statement that would look like Marshalltown has diversity in residential development. Marshalltown encourages the development, that kind of a thing. But this idea, this you three, how do you three feel about that? Adding in.
Remind me, that's a standalone bullet or building upon the first one?
Our idea was a new standalone bullet.
We good?
Yeah, I mean, no objection here. I think they somewhat coincides with the first bullet, whether it be standalone or not. I mean, because obviously we don't have 100 owner-occupied units done yet, so just I think trying to be intentional with regards to what that looks like from a mix.
Good? So this first strategy of expand and improve development in the community is going to have 4 bullet points that we will use to describe 3 years from now this strategy will look like. We've got multiple owner-occupied rental housing. We've got diversity in our residential development. We've revitalized through multiple grant projects with, and that will include this 13th Street District expansion and Lynn Creek development. And we're enabling this development of commercial and industrial, focusing on these key hubs. Make sense? Nice. Good job. All right. Let's do strategy 2 then when we look at the 3-year statement. So on this one, enhancing Marshalltown's public image. One bullet point, or one 3-year picture statement that came from staff. Marshalltown is a leader in celebrating cultural diversity and promoting our success across Iowa. We'll do the same process. Take a couple minutes and think first individually. What would you like to see? What does this look like 3 years from now? What would you like that to be? And then when you're done with your individual brainstorming, go ahead and get with the same 3 people, 3 or 4 people, depending on which one the mayor goes to first. Come to a consensus on what bullets you might want to add to describe what enhancing Marshalltown's public image. What does that look like and feel like 3 years from now?
from the back.
Is there another? The diversity and the innovation. Okay, so we go. Somehow we have to get, if we always, we have. What do we do with it? Well, what I'm saying is, instead of just having the two dancers as part of the entertainment, why are we doing a single keynote celebration? So we just not selling it? So what is part of this is yet so much to do? What about the most yeah, it is. So basically you're telling us what it is. Oh, the innovation. So with that, you just can't have a baby. I know. So you have another baby? Yeah, I like that, you know, because that's, you know, how many times our side had two international football that started here? Actually, it's not even going at 12. Do you think it's at the line right order? But you think it's at, are we back at the level of circulation? That's the thing.
Not sure, just not sure.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Don't chant it here. It's never a good thing.
Yep.
It seems to be. There's a lot more, I think there's a lot more opportunities for volunteers than there were in the.
Set an example for what again? Nuisance enforcement. Oh golly, nuisance? Thank you. It's gotta be close. Anything else that you have? But could we add a little bit more? So let's celebrate with like substances, celebrate and promote, right? So the two words. Perfect. All right. Thank you. How are you guys doing? We're done. Ready to share? You're good. Okay. That's okay. We're kind of in the same place, so we're getting general ideas. But tell me what your general ideas are that I can, and I'll add them to the list, and then we'll talk, and then we will take a break after we get through, after we get some agreement on this one.
So I think we need to, celebrate what we still are, what we've always been, and that's a town with good jobs, innovative companies, innovative people, and a kind of a hybrid between small town and little city quality of life. And I think that's something you really can't find. We always talk about the towns 45 minutes away from us. And that's something you can't find in any of those communities that you do find here. Short commutes, get to know your neighbor, participate in the community, and, make your life matter in that community.
I would like to know why there was an eye roll on that.
No. What, Jeff, what were the words? So it was, because I think I heard two bullets in there. So I know
it's got
it's
drum
celebrate
roll.
good jobs, innovative companies, innovative people. But then you said something before you said short commutes. That was really good, and I did not get
Oh, the quality of life that you get, which is a hybrid of small town Iowa and small city. And you just can't find that in the other communities that we deem as our competitors.
Thank you.
Jeff and the mayor made the point that for a town of 27,000, we challenge any other town this size that has 4 international companies that started right here in town. There is quite.
Yeah, and that wasn't all a product of the 19th century either. I mean, it continues today.
Nice. Anything else? And I wrote this backwards, but I didn't want to lose where I lost my writing as I was listening.
Oh, just another thing I had made that didn't get up there is that anybody can have an impact in this community. You can volunteer, where sometimes in the city, you have to have a certain amount of money before you can even become a player. But anybody can come here and make an impact.
Excellent. Okay. All right, so let's talk through them. So the first thing on what's up there, the current idea, this idea of Marshalltown is a leader in celebrating cultural diversity and promoting our success across Iowa. Wondering about being able to add substance to the word celebrate and promote. Okay, so think about that as we talk about these other ideas to know, did we cover that in some of these other ideas, or do we need to add to bullet 1 to give that, what do we, when we say celebrate, what does that kind of mean? When we say promote, what does that kind of mean? Okay, so think about that first. So on this one, there was or thought about, can we be intentional in setting the example of nuisance enforcement? So enhancing Marshalltown's public image, like that, that idea of being pretty, looking pretty, enforcing what's already there. They didn't say being pretty, looking pretty. I totally just made that up right now. What do you guys think? On having something along those lines. Make sense? Watching heads nod.
Yeah, I think that's good. It comes back to the ability to execute. I know Joe's a busy guy. I mean, I could make a point to call in a whole bunch of nuisances that I see around town, but I don't know that I want to be that guy, and I don't know that anybody does.
And I think the thought is more the city being proactive in what we have, right? Spraying for weeds as a start, maybe 2 primary parks.
Oh, so you're saying to take care of our own business before we...
Correct. We
100%
can't hold the community accountable if we're not holding ourselves accountable. And so how do you set the example and being intentional in doing that, right?
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So you mean the 12-inch tall weeds that grow up in the street between the blacktop and the concrete curb?
Or how do you hold a contractor accountable to mow South Center Street so it doesn't look like a shithole every time you drive down it?
Or, this is probably more of an action item, but, what is our preventative maintenance plan as a city? In all regards, I mean, going back to our meeting a couple months ago, maybe that is strategy level.
Yeah.
Sue, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why did the staff come up with this success across Iowa? Why not the world?
I don't know. Let's find out. That's a good question.
Just being honest, we don't have anybody who directly does anything with communications. It's spread across multiple departments. And our communication channels tend to be more Iowa-based than anything else. And so I would say at the point that you're talking about, we don't have the means or the abilities to do that at this point.
So if we think about, good point, Garrett, 3 years from now, if we've gotten to the point where we've been able to promote our success across Iowa, it could be the next 3-year statement is how we, around the United States, around the world, maybe we can figure out how to make that grow. Does that help, Gary? I'm sorry, go ahead. So sorry.
Jessica, can I ask a question specific to strategy 2? There's one bullet point that loosely touches on some of the things that were discussed in the actual strategy, both existing and new goals. Why is there a disconnect between that and the slides we're working on?
I would say that as we looked at the vision statements, we had trouble agreeing on things and actually coming up with vision statements. And so this was the one that really landed on something that we have a role to play in. And so I would say there definitely was more room to go, but in like the 2.5-hour session, we just didn't have more time to talk through specifically strategy 2.
right, so that first bullet will add a little bit of substance in the celebrate, promote. We will also have this, the city being proactive and setting the example of the nuisance enforcement. Thank you for those additional words. Are we all good with, again, wording it better than what I have written, but it'll be there, a vision statement where we are setting the example. Third one, we're celebrating, and maybe this is part of the substance we put into one, maybe the bullet that's on the screen and this get combined into one potentially, but we can talk. Nope, I see. Separate, perfect. So celebrating good jobs, innovative companies, innovative people. How do you guys feel? I need to look over here. Came out good? Any questions?
How do you envision that manifesting itself?
Well, that's what I'm wondering now myself, Barry, is Jessica, from what you said, you're taking this to be enhance Marshalltown's public image, meaning Marshalltown's government. No. Because you said you didn't have the means to communicate outside of Iowa.
So I would say a lot of the traditionally, I'll just step back because it's weird when you're looking at this high level thing and, you don't have exactly, what we've had underneath. This has been a goal where we have basically classified communication and outward communication as part of a step, an action that enhances our public image. And so that's where I would say communication is certainly part of this, but it's not just Marshalltown specifically. We've had the Marshalltown More Than Ever campaign as a specific action under here. It's working with those community partners, talking about community pride in general.
So are we, Barry, help me here with what you were saying. Are we adding too much to this, and these are really actually bullet points down below the vision?
That's part of it. The other, is this a video, or is it, I'm not making the connection. I get why we want to celebrate our current, our future, and especially our past, but what does that look like as a strategy?
Some of it's partnering with other people, companies, et cetera, right? But there needs to be an action from a city perspective, I think, is what maybe I'm reading into that. What's our action in that from a city perspective?
Not to say too much, but you just hit on exactly the point that we struggled with internally as well, is there is a lot of things that are in the community, but how do we make this something that we have some level of participation, facilitation, or control in it. And it gets a little harder when you start to think about what are those things that are in our control. And that's the point that we struggled with, which is why you have one versus two or three.
So why don't we say Marshalltown is a leader in celebrating cultural diversity and promoting our success across Iowa by hiring a public relations director?
Well, I think
you've got 3 years to do it, to decide if you're going to do videos or direct mails or whatever.
And that's where I think we thought is hiring a communications director one way to get to that vision? It certainly is, but is it the only way? And so that's where we were thinking, how do you keep it at that super high level where some of those actions of how you do it still gets us to there?
Yeah, and we do try to collaborate with other organizations. The Chamber's an obvious one. They're moving downtown. That's going to be an injection of energy down on Main Street. Vision Marshalltown hasn't evaporated yet, but that was, they got money from the Marshalltown Tie Foundation to pay for some of the brochures and the marketing and things along that line. Oh my Lord. I just hit my top weight yesterday. Yeah. No, man. Yeah, no. I tried to scare the hell out of the little kids that did come to the door. I had a pretty good mask. But anyway, should we have a marketing person on city staff? Other cities our size have done that around the country, or just keep collaborating with other groups like the Chamber and Vision Marshalltown. That's hard to know. We just know, just like we knew 10 years ago, we didn't have enough housing here. We know we don't toot our horn well enough. We know we've got all these really good things going here, and we don't let the world know. And that we were joking about was at KC's. If you only listen to KCI.
Was this one of those, we're starting to go down this rabbit hole that Jessica and her staff went down? It's like, do we just need to leave this one alone and put everything as bullet points?
We could do that. This also could read like, Marshalltown celebrates good jobs, innovative companies, innovative people.
I was thinking, like, even just knowing from all of you, what is it that makes a positive public image? I think that's helpful to know that we can possibly work on another vision statement off of that.
Dex, you look like you're getting ready to say something. No?
Well, Al knows it's to have nice streets, and Gabe and I turn in about as many nuisance things as anybody I know. We know that we need to have the houses look nice and that sort of thing. And then the other aspect now is, all right, how do we let people know we've really got the nicest Y and the newest hospital and a wonderful new hangar and things like that that really ought to make people want to move here, stay here, work here.
Yep. So,
Why don't we just add the words, by setting the example at the end? Marshalltown is a leader in celebrating, promoting across Iowa by setting an example. And then we'll put everything else as bullet points.
we can do something.
Trying to get
like
back
that.
to what Gabe was saying, that, you know, let's lead and, you know, let's not criticize anyone else unless we're, you know, doing it ourselves.
I kind of like that idea because we've got several examples that come to mind. You know, this impact program. Other people are looking to us, hey, how did you add 2 social workers to your police department, and how's that working? It's working well, fine. Child Abuse Prevention Services has some great things going on. We really do have a bunch of things that are leading the state.
Yep. Yeah, I like it. To further that thought, Gary, I might make another suggestion to y'all. It could be that we want to separate out celebrating, and then bullet points of how we're celebrating, and then promoting, bullet points of how you're promoting. Like, there could be room to talk about those as 2 different 3-year pictures. We celebrate and we promote, because we might achieve those things differently. How I promote might look like hiring people. How I celebrate might look like something else. We can make a couple of proposals on that, but the idea of putting bullet points under there. So then I'm going to ask, are all of these? So we're setting the example. We're going to add the substance to celebrate and support. We're setting the example. We've got good jobs, innovative companies, innovative people. We have a quality of life that's the hybrid of small town life and small city. Hybrid or small town life and big city probably makes more sense. That's really funny. I think I wrote that down wrong, Jeff. Or did I write it right? Okay, I got it. Okay, good. And then this, anybody can have an impact on Marshalltown when they come. Those ideas. All underneath this enhance Marshalltown's public image. So whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points, or 1 bullet point with sub-bullets. How do we feel? Barry, it looks like you're...
Different thought.
Go.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Take us down a different road. Everything we talked about, the celebrating and promoting, how do we make that core to who we are? Is it utilizing the word embrace, or... I mean, I think we have to do more than just celebrate and promote it. I mean, we have to believe it and make it central to what we do. I mean, that is what separates us from other communities. I feel, maybe I'm wrong, that we've resisted that for a while, and it didn't really get us anywhere. How do we, again, make that central to who we are, other than just celebrating and promoting? And maybe this isn't a spot for it, but again, it goes back to setting the example.
And Barry, that's what we said. How do you package it? How do you can it? How do you get it on the shelf? How do you sell it?
And I think Barry is saying, how do we be it?
Internalize it.
I think one of the things that that's spinning around in my head is using this conversation as a way to kind of see where we're at and what we want to achieve, but I'm a little resistive to some of what we've been talking about of, like, do we hire a communications director? Do we because there's things that are way, I mean, that's expensive, and there's way better ways to analyze and come up with a creative solution than just 45-second conversations trying to arrive to consensus. But I do think that what we have up there right now, it's a good start.
And it's break time.
Almost. I'm going to say what really energizes me as a person who doesn't live in Marshalltown, by the way, but it energizes me from a leadership perspective, culture perspective, and how our minds work. If we start to say we are the best community, this is the power of these 3-year vision statements, if you will. If our language is always, we are the best community in the state of Iowa. Our minds will actually help us figure out how we become that, even if we aren't that today. And then that is what seeps into who you are, and then everybody's talking about it like that, and gosh, how powerful is that? And I think that's really cool. I just wanted to share that because, again, that's the beauty of these 3-year vision statements and why we want to spend time there as a council knowing where do we want to be in 3 years. It's also why we write them as present tense. Even if they aren't true today, you write them as present tense because, again, your mind will help us figure out, like, it's how we are created. It's amazing how we work. I mean, our minds will start working on how we solve the problem of I'm not that yet, but I'm going to become that. So I love that. So I think for this strategy, if I'm going to wrap it up and then we will take a break, we're going to expand on what we mean by being a leader in celebrating culture of diversity, promoting our success. And maybe it's Marshalltown is, so however we word that. But the bullets that we have on this flip chart are the basic ideas we want to work in there. And so we'll do some wordsmithing on what those vision statements look like. Obviously, this will all come back out to the council to see did we accurately capture the intent of what we were describing. But my read from all of you is our intention is all the same, and then we can worry about how it gets worded later. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that?
So we will know we accomplished this when Sue Parker moves to Marshalltown within the next 3 years.
There you go. Yeah. Yes, maybe don't put that as your goal because I've got a family ties that kind of hold me there, but it's a good one. Could be fun. I do speak highly of this town.
45-minute drive, you can go see family.
I can go see my mom. That's a good point. Thanks, Gary. Thank you.
Oh, no, bring your mom. We have really nice facilities here for the elderly. We really do.
That is awesome. All right. Hey, good job. So it is 10:32. If I say a 15-minute, well, I'm less than 15, 10:45, we'll start back again. However many minutes it is, 13 minutes. At 10:45, we'll start back again, and we'll look at strategy 3 and strategy 4. Okay? Nice.
Okay.
I did not have a single kid. And there's tons of kids in my neighborhood. So all I can do is
Mics are hot again.
Thank you. So, do you know why teddy bears are never hungry? This is really, really important.
You'd have to be smarter than the average picnic basket to know that one.
Because they're always stuffed. That's right, because I always said, what cheese is the loneliest? Provolone? Okay, on that note.
Yeah, no, damn it, I studied to figure out who was the baseball star and stuff like that for that test that we used to always have for this, for the Marshalltown history. Just kidding.
Jokes are way better.
Sorry.
What is that from?
This is a box of dad jokes, word teasers that I bought for my husband. Really, honestly, I should say I bought for myself to be able to carry along with me because some of them are just, they make me giggle. And then they increase the, positivity in our brains. Thank you. All right, we are going to look at, welcome back, by the way, we're going to look at strategy 3 now, continually improve and sustain the city's organization, services, and infrastructure. So again, this is a strategy. We added infrastructure to it. There are 2 vision statements. A majority of the city's services and processes are available online. The city of Marshalltown has a diverse workforce and stable budget, which promotes growth and a focus on maintaining efficient processes and infrastructure improvements. So again, I'd like to do the same process. Take a minute and think about your own ideas. What do you think the vision statement should be? Do you agree with what's there? How might they change? What would you add? Once you've done your individual thinking, go ahead and in your group of 3 or 4, talk about what you think needs to be added. We'll do the same process, and then we'll put them up here and see where we are aligned for where we want to be 3 years from now. So remember, in 3 years, we're wording them as if they already exist. So the statements when we write them will be present tense statements to help us. It's a brain thing. It helps our brains then figure out how to solve it. So it might not be true today. It's, do you want it to be true 3 years from now? Does that help, Gary? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So take a little bit of time by yourself, and then again, when you're ready, talk in your group, and Mary, you can choose if you want to move to the left or to the right again.
Should we say all city services and processes are being run there? IT is going to continue to change, right? Exponentially. We have a goal. Let's have a goal. That'll be a good question. That one's good. We're trying to start. That's a good question to ask. And then you wait, you guys stand the other one, do they have a word? No. Just break it to 2. The city has the diverse business process, and then the city has to say what goes about roads growth. And that's $10. But you want to break it, get the money doesn't say. chicken and the egg thing again? Is that what you said? Did they put that in there because there's something there that comes back to them? So is it the reason you can just go off and do that? They know how to put it in there. We got this. Is that the one you're going to do a second roll out? Yeah, it's like. Okay. Ding. Speaking of it, all the seats vacant. Yeah, all the seats that we have existing commissions in them. And boards. Because you have to.
So, I'm running.
Wow, that's the first thing. So you have to fill your first. At the very beginning. There's a requirement for that, that's the one. You're waiting for the and then, you have no negative feedback on custody rates, so, what was that, not civil service, but what was that? Human rights.
Okay.
But you didn't say, really?
The second bullet? Okay. Okay. We'll listen to that. Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
the rationale was the state and the laws covering.
How are you guys doing?
We're
Ready?
good, yeah.
Ready to share? Okay, so I'm going to start with you because Dex was eavesdropping, and/or the mayor shared information between the two groups. One of the two things happened. How do we want to split up bullet 2? I understand is that we're going to take it. So bullet 2, let's start with that first. How do we want to divide that up?
So it would read, the city of Marshalltown has a diverse workforce, period. Has a stable budget and maintains efficient processes. Uses infrastructure improvements to promote growth.
tell me the third, promotes,
Uses infrastructure improvements to promote growth.
thank you.
And that was all Barry and Jeff, by the way.
Nice. Does that mean you don't agree with it?
It just means in this case, these two young kids are smarter than me.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
In this case.
Yeah,
I caught that.
we'll pay for it at some point.
Anything
To go back a little further, and I won't take credit for this, the actual title for the strategy, there was discussion on moving infrastructure to the front, so to sustain the city's infrastructure, organization, and services. Just given we know that's a priority in the upcoming 3 years. And
We good with that? Flopping that word? Flopping the order of the three words? Infrastructure, okay? Okay? Okay. Did you guys have anything else to add on this one? From your, okay.
We thought they would fall under the bullet points later.
Perfect. So, we've got an ad from this side of the room of refocusing on, we have refocused on streets, building the new, repairing the old, because they're the gateways to the city of Marshalltown. I kind of to the destinations, darn it, thank you.
I think streets is important enough, it deserves to be called out more than just an action on the slides.
Make sense? So on this vision, for continually improve and sustain the city's infrastructure, organization, and services, we'll flip the order of that. We'll have a majority of the city's services and processes available online. I'm assuming we were in agreement on that, or I would have heard it. Yeah.
Well, I have a question. I need clarification. I don't want to speak for everybody, but what keeps it from being all things being online? What did you guys come up with, Jessica?
How are the police going to do that on?
Well, yeah, I think that there are certainly some things that can't be online, as well as online being limiting in some respects to people who don't have access to computers and internet. So there are just, yeah. So I think when we put that up there and we came up with that, it was not going through item by item saying yes or no. It was just this is how we think we can this is a 3-year state of continual improvement.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll stay. We'll split up bullet 2 so that we've got the diverse workforce, a stable budget and efficient processes, and using infrastructure improvements to promote growth. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vision statements for this third strategy.
Can I throw in a suggestion?
Yes, you may.
Because I would just say, this was also one where the second bullet point was more thought went into that in terms of combining things from a staff level. I really feel like when you say a majority of the city services processes are available online, that gets into the city has a stable budget and efficient processes. I think that's kind of almost saying the same thing, but that gets into more specific detail, which can be an action item. And so I like the breaking down that you guys came up with better than what we have on that first bullet.
So just to make sure I'm clear, you would say remove that first bullet because the city has a stable budget and efficient processes.
Yep.
The actions then become how do we move what to online? Everybody good with that? We'll remove one. All right. Nice. Good job. All right. One more to go on the strategy for the 3-year vision statement, and that is that we partner with citizens, for-profit, nonprofit, and others to improve quality of life. So the 2 ideas that came, Marshalltown has expanded regional and local amenities through partnerships and encourages social and civic engagement to attract and retain new residents and workers. And Marshalltown has thriving partnerships stimulating the physical health, mental health, and wellness of the community. The one thing I want to add on this strategy that I did not add on the other three is I believe, and I think, and this, Jessica would say the same thing, the staff would say the same thing, we really need to understand from council, when we talk about partnering with for-profit, or partnering with nonprofit, or partnering with others, who does that mean we're partnering with? So if we think about 3 years from now, where should the focus be? Maybe that's a better way to say it. It's not that, and it's not, I want to be super clear, it is not that if you leave somebody off the list, you don't want to partner with them. It's more, in the next 3 years, are there partnerships we should focus on because of threats that might exist in our community, opportunities that might exist within our community, where we want to focus? Does that kind of make sense?
Are you saying that you would like that called out in the strategic plan or discussed for consensus? Because I really don't want to list 10 entities in the strategic plan that we're going to be partnering with.
Correct. I'm going to say, and I would say, I might say it like this, not even listing the entities, but it might be categories of entities, if that makes sense. I don't know, Jessica, if you want to weigh in that.
I'm okay with that not being part of the vision statement unless there's something very specific.
It could be specific actions. Yes, exactly. So, but I'd like for you to have the conversation when we're talking about where we want to be 3 years from now for alignment, so that when we get to actions, it becomes a little bit easier to talk about maybe the who. Does that make sense? So I think, Dex, to answer your question, it's probably more for consensus and not for listing out, unless it's a specific category. Does that am I kind of making sense a little bit on that? All right. So spend a little bit of time, again, individually thinking about where you would like this vision statement, where we want to be 3 years from now on this strategy. And then again, talk in your groups, and let's come to some kind of a consensus on what those 3-year picture statements are for partner with citizens, for for-profit, nonprofit, and others to improve quality of life.
Nope, I'm good.
Towns usually have a specific activity, so it's easier for them. The town of Marshalltown, this is the one that we distinguish the village from nicer, because Marshalltown's never had anything. What does Marshalltown do? There's that faction that wants to be a better community for citizens. There's that faction that wants it to be a standalone community. There's that faction that wants to be something that can never be, delusions of grandeur. So what is Marshalltown? And I think that's too small. Especially towns that are so heritage rich, including now, especially our population. Are we New York? Are we Melbourne? See, we were talking about that, and I didn't have a single tweet about it. I'm thinking the trunk or treats will take 93 pounds more. go ahead. And do you want strategic partnership? Because some partnerships, they say, consider grant things. Marshall's Expanded Region has met these three strategic partnerships. That encourages social. Yeah, I knew it wasn't good either. So I hate people like you. You should see this as numbers. You know, and maybe that's where you get this flow from. You see how it flows. Numbers. But yeah, it's always see this.
I was going to try and rip off that next sheet if I could.
I'm watching you as a.
So I do have this one. Yeah. And then I'm going to do something on the set. Perfect.
Who has a green?
How are you guys doing?
We're good.
Good, okay. Okay, so, did you all have anything to add to strategy 4?
No, but I do just have an overall comment on the grammatical structure of this thing. And I'm sorry to bring this up again. Oh, could everybody agree, or could we, that we don't use ampersands, we use the word and, so minimize symbols, and then always use the Oxford comma, because it does change the way some of this stuff reads. And so if we can just agree that the final draft of this will have that grammatical context, that'd be great.
And for the record, we did make fun of him over here, so you
Yeah,
guys
they
don't have
did.
to worry about that.
Well, there's no comma after nonprofit. That would be the Oxford comma. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Robert could weigh in on this since he's our newspaper guy.
Thank you for saying it. I didn't know it was called Oxford comma. I would have said it's how I was educated in school, so I would have called it old commas as opposed to the new way of writing. As a side note, I also was told you aren't supposed to do double spaces anymore after your sentence.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just, okay, it has nothing to do with the strategic plan, but can I just say that when I learned that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is how people know the age I am, because I still was putting double spaces
Wasn't
in.
the double?
I'm going to double space till I die.
It was probably from typewriter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a t-shirt.
Is-
Just so that you, thank you
more
for
readable.
confirming. Anyway. Okay, so nothing to add. We will remove the ampersand and add the comma and on all of it. We'll clean up the grammar on all of it to make it the same. Thank you for that. But otherwise, nothing to add on these two. We feel pretty okay with.
Okay, now wait a minute.
Yes.
Never a comma before the word and, is that right? Oh, there's always a comma.
Always a comma before the word and. In a list, always a comma before the, right? All right, so strategy first, looking good. Nice job.
And you spell out the word 3 because it's at less than 10, right?
Yes. That's an AP style thing. I don't know if that's everywhere. Yeah. I don't know if everybody has to do that. But.
You have to be recognized by the chair before you can speak.
Little turn down. All right.
You've lost control.
I will get it back. Okay. So with that, we've worked our way through the overall mission. What's the purpose of the city of Marshalltown, if you will? Who do we want to be? We've talked about our values, the SWOT analysis. We went through each of the 4 strategies. Now we understand and we are aligned with where we want to be in 3 years. I said to this group over here, it's really encouraging. It's encouraging to me anyway, that the additions to the 3-year vision are really additions. Like there's not anything that's directionally different from where the staff thought we needed to be. And that's always really encouraging, right? That from a perspective of moving the city forward, we are all directionally, we're thinking in the same path. And so I think that's a really positive thing. By the way, Dex and Bear, if you wanted to switch back, you can. Otherwise, you can stay where you're at. Okay, so what we're going to work through next are the actual action statements on this. And actually, you can stay exactly where you are. I'll have you stay where you are. We're going to start working through each of the actions start working through each of the strategies and start talking about the specific actions that we think we should take in the next year-ish. And I say year-ish because, again, in the world of city government, sometimes capital projects, as an example, they don't get done in 12 months, but yet there's something that we want to have on the list to start in the next year. Okay, and so we'll start working through these, and we'll work through the first round that we're going to work through. These actions are going to be what should be added, and or is there anything on the list that should be taken away? Okay, and so we'll look at that here in a minute. And then after we get through all 4, we will come back and actually do some voting, okay? Because I think it's important before we vote in any one area to have heard like everything that we're talking about, okay? All right, so with that, again, we're going to primarily be looking at what should be added, and we'll start in each area, okay? And so the way that these slides work, and you've hopefully got them in front of them, is there is first an initial list of things that are already underway. That's what is existing. And we split them into 2 categories of project type work, if you will, action type work. One is the process type things that typically would be more for awareness for the council. Like these are things that we know need to happen and we know they should get done, and we want to make you aware that they're occurring, they're on the list. And then there's the second category, that's this capital and prioritization. So these are the things that we either want you to prioritize for us because we aren't sure, is it as important to council as it might be to somebody on staff? Does it require capital investment? And again, the first slide that we're looking at are the things that are already underway. Okay, so if we want to stop any of those things, we'd want to talk about it. And then the second slide that you've got are the brainstorm ideas from the staff on what could be there. Okay? Again, we should interpret this as a brainstorm list. Potential things, either that have been talked about in other council meetings, talked about by the staff, that kind of a thing. All right? So what I would like for you to do on this one, I'm gonna have you talk in a little bit smaller groups. So we're gonna do the 2, 2, and 3 in the middle. And I'd like for you to first, again, on your own, were there actions you came in with that you said under this strategy, I think we actually need to focus on this in the next year. I think it should be on the list for other people to consider, other council members to consider. I'd like for you to talk about that with like I said, we'll put Gary and Barry and Gabe and Dex and then Al, Mayor, Jeff, the three of you together. Talk through your list to gain some kind of an understanding. And if you don't have to agree that it's a priority, just agree that it should be added to the list. Okay, for other people to vote on. And then we'll talk about what we're going to add as a whole. Okay, so you're just agreeing with your partner we should put it on the list or not in order to be voted on. We won't prioritize them yet. Does that make sense? But have a little bit of conversation about what should be there. The other thing is if you read through the existing, so that would be to add to the new list, right? If you read through the existing and you're like, I'm not sure if we want to keep that in 2023. Okay, and by the way, I'm putting this out there not understanding the implications on what happens if any of these stop. So please don't hear this as I'm lobbying one way or the other because I don't know the implications. But if there is something, I'm just going to take the top on the list. If you say 21 West Main Street improvement, maybe that needs to stop even though we say it's existing. I want to know that from your small group as well because then we will move it to this prioritization exercise. Does that make sense? Okay, and again, I have no idea what the implications are, and that's what we would get to talk about if the implication is significant, that type of a thing, okay? So again, in the two of you on each end, the three of you in the middle, start with strategy 1, quick review of the existing, anything that gives you significant heartburn or you'd want to talk about stopping, review the new, the ideas that are out there, what would you have to add to that list, okay?
Are we on that one? That's,
Sorry, I can go back. My mistake.
there you go, thanks.
Sorry about that.
That's not back, that's forward.
Or forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This would, or I shall say, if you have questions about any of these two, we can stop and have Jessica come up and answer them, or if they appropriately need it. Please ask me that if you need clarification too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead.
West part of the stormwater detention pond, is those, that like raising the current ponds, or is that building the new ponds for the extension?
That is a good question. We didn't have really room to add a lot here. So that would be basically adding another pond to the west of the existing pond in order for future development to continue along West Merle Hibbs and to the north.
Because that one pond is silting in pretty bad, to the north, or to the east, west of 6th Street.
Correct. And it is also currently that can have no more capacity than the subdivision that is being developed as well.
Good, thanks. While she's up there, any other questions for clarification? Again, like she said, the list, they can't put all the details on the one part of the site.
The catalyst, is that the facade and the code upgrades?
So the Catalyst grant it's basically the 1.5 million that was awarded to the city post-tornado for upper story housing and then general catalyst. So it's all been awarded, and so now we're just in the administration phase of it.
Shouldn't we have as part of that list? Shouldn't you've added the facade and code upgrade?
So those are administered by the MCBD. And so they're out there in terms of things that we do that we support financially, but we don't actually administer those. So, but yes, if you want to add that in, just so it's there for awareness, totally fine with that.
One more quickly, Jessica, sorry, the Highway 14 corridor, is that just stating we plan to reapply?
It could be whatever you want to do, whatever your priority is. Is this a street project we need to move quicker than a raise grant or something? We're back to the drawing board, I think is what we're saying on that one.
And I'm SOL if I'm supposed to know what DTR and DHG mean.
Downtown Revitalization Grant and Downtown Housing Grant. All grants that we've been awarded that we are now in the the doing and administering phase.
The state is still good for the portion of quarantine in some respect, right? However, for the north.
For just basically what they would consider the resurfacing, yep.
Jessica?
Are you guys, is everybody good if I switch this to the new ideas? Have we gotten through the existing? Okay. Okay, just making sure.
Jessica? I have another question. I'm going to go public with this. I know we just changed, we have been to change their to pay. So this should be what's in 23. They'll do it in sales, right? When we went private with the city, they should be sales. Why is it? Well, so that wouldn't even happen. So these should just be off the list. Well, this one.
which is not.
So that falls out, so that's code of the exception, we can actually roof on that building.
Yeah,
Because I know you brokered the roof thing in.
Yes, well,
But the roof has some structural stuff that you have to do probably outside of the grant. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a good update to add in there, because I think we should start talking about the 21, 23, you know, and 24 has been 20.
But I thought, because it's sold, that blue amount of having access to that money. Did you sell that one? Because they sold it, they lost it, and they wanted to get it.
So the hospital.
So I guess what she explained was, I'm okay with that. The only thing is I'd say, add now, you know, temporary code.
How are we doing? Are we feeling pretty good? Excited? I know. Yes, I would love for you to go over. So let's start. So if we could, I'd like to start this way. I think, or I'm going to pitch this out to you. Tell me if this is how you thought about it too. If there was anything on the existing list that you said needs to come off, I think let's start there first, and then we will go to the ads. And I'm going to also make, if we want it to come completely off the list, like it's not even for consideration ever, the next year, when I say ever, like for the next year we don't want to consider it, that's one thing. If it's, I'd like to move it to the prioritization because I want to see how it ranks with all of these other ideas, that would be a second thing. So just make sure you tell me which way it's going. Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
My understanding after talking with Gabe is that if it's under process awareness, it's already going forward.
Correct.
So we don't need to move it to prioritization.
No, the only reason we would move it to prioritization is if, as a council, you said, I actually don't think that that should be a focus, or I want to see it right relative to everything else. But yes, so sorry, that's the second way to answer the question. The first answer is, yes, it's probably already moving forward, and we think it's important to move forward. So that
I think from a staff perspective, we didn't want to work in absolutes, because you all are still the boss, right? And so we would keep it in process awareness because it's moving forward, but I think we didn't want things to be absolute where,
right.
But in this arena today, we can't remove something from the process awareness list. We would have to go into a formal council meeting to change a vote on something.
Which is my whole conversation, that this is a strategic plan, not a wish list, not a job and roles and responsibilities list, not a check-the-box task list. And that's how we're using it and have been using it over the last few years. We're putting, if it's not on here, we're not working on it. And I'm sorry, this is not meant to be a job function agenda for all of the department heads, which is how it gets used today. I get that if it's not on here, well, I'm not going to be working on it then because we don't have direction from council. A lot of this stuff on the process awareness as we're going through, and like that shouldn't be on there. Like to your point, it's in process. We've discussed and made a directional vote in council, usually on some type of an agenda item. So why is it on here if it's not really part of the 3-year vision moving forward?
So we'll,
Oh, yes, you leave it on the list. Sorry. The reason.
Can't.
No, it depends on.
We're doing it.
But we can't take, if we voted on it once, we can't remove
It not being on this list doesn't change any of that. This isn't a task list.
Yeah, so I'm going to restate what Gabe. I'm going to state this differently. I think what Gabe is. I think what they're saying is let's clean up the list that we have in our strategy, so that it's clearer, a little bit clearer, like what the new things are, if you will. So if something has been in process, and we know it's in process, don't worry about keeping it inside of the strategy. It's still going to move forward. So it's not intended to be an exhaustive list of everything the staff is working on. It's intended to be a list of, these are the things that we're going to do from an awareness perspective. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, we're doing something different here, and so we're transitioning. And so as I was looking at, what was there from the third quarter update, there are a lot of things that we're still working on. And I think it's knowing, like, as you think about what our human resources are to do things, there are a lot of human resources devoted to things. And so I would say, like, in moving forward in terms of what our plan is, there might be mention of some specific projects, just thinking about this one in total, because there's some big stuff on here that is, relevant to do, but it doesn't have to be a task associated list for staff.
Yeah.
So.
I think makes sense?
Yes.
So let's try it and we'll see where we have, if we've got any violent disagreement or violent agreement, either one, or just whatever. Go.
Yeah, so some of the items we're talking about on goals, actions for the existing to take off are State Street reconstruction, Unity Point Health Campus secondary access road, and then over on the capital prioritization, 21 West Main Street and 20 East Main Street. If we want to put something on there, maybe that falls into the same bucket of what we're doing as far as administrating downtown grants and programs. I mean, I think we're all aligned with regards to the downtown implementation program, so calling out specific addresses doesn't make sense.
In which,
Can I
I'm going to stop having input, Jessica, if we're going to make this a task list and calling out specific items.
Because I did
This is
provide
not a
something
strategy.
specific to them, because something that has not come forward to the council is there is a dollar cost to improvements outside of any grant funds to both 21 and 2123 West Main that we have not scoped out completely to bring forward to you to fund.
But strategic plan and capital improvement project priorities, like I get those are kind of tied at the hip, and we're voting on those, and we just had a meeting on those last council meeting. So, I mean, do we need two documents saying the same thing then? Looking for other input. I mean, do we need to sit there and list everything that's in the capital improvement plan and what we're funding and everything else in the strategic plan too? Is everybody aligned with regards to having repeating documents and repeating information across all information we're putting in place? Or do we call it something other than strategic plan?
or do we reference what's already been approved capital? I think Gabe might be the other thing I'm hearing you is we've already referenced it. Should this only contain new things that might get added to that list? Because I'm not sure what was approved before, so my question is to scope this accurately, right? For the purposes of
What's been approved before is irrelevant because that's items in process in my mind.
Okay.
So
So
let
then
me,
what's sorry, Gary, go ahead.
let me play devil's advocate, because I agree with you. I do. However, strategy one is expand and improve development in the community. We've got to have something on the list to fall under that.
Yeah, and I think big items that have yet to move a lot.
Tell me again
Edgewood,
go slower. Tell me
Yeah.
which ones you want to pull off and what you want to add.
remove State Street reconstruction.
Is everybody good with that, by the way? I'm just asking you.
It's kind of a done deal.
Yeah.
It's hard to stop that train.
So good? Okay.
Unity Point Health Campus secondary access road.
Yeah? I'm looking for heads nodding. Yep, thank you. Okay. Because already far enough down the track, we don't need to listen.
And what about, Gabe, what about South 7th Extension? That's a done deal.
I guess my question on that, I had a question mark next to it. Is that the existing complex and as far as we can go now, or is that more so? Okay. So, yeah, then that would be also on there. That had a question mark because I didn't know on the clarification.
Unless we want to keep it on there to extend it even farther after.
But we won't do that in 2022, though. Or 23, you're right.
It won't happen in the next 3 years, no.
But this is for 1 year, though. Now we're going to the 1 year thing.
Right, so this would be in 2023. What do we want? So the way I would interpret when we remove the ones from process awareness is because they're far enough along. We already know it's being where we don't need to revisit it all the time. It's happening.
I mean, the industrial park and that road are done deals then too, aren't they?
The road's not. Well, yeah.
It's been constructed, but we've bonded for it, so.
So Jessica, I see your point. You need staff, you need bullet points for the staff, their time and I get that part of it. But I also see what Gabe's saying here too. It's like, let's not list things that we've already finalized.
Yeah, so, and this is where I go back to, it's about your understanding of resources, because State Street reconstruction is going to be taking a lot of the engineering staff's time in terms of oversight, as well as probably communication time. And so I think it's about, it doesn't need to be moving forward. I think we can talk about, those things in a plan document about things we're proud of that are happening or something, just with some bullet points, not assigning resources or anything, but it's for you to all understand those things still take resources, which limit then what you can use
in next year.
So then I would say every time something new comes up, remind us that staff is devoting 10% of their time to this and we don't want to overload them every time we come to a council meeting.
We can certainly try to do that. So I think it's more of a resource allocation and just understanding what that looks like. And so I'm totally open to changing how things look. I have no problem with it, removing things off of there and what that looks like. But I think some of that, like the Chamber New Home Incentive, is just a reminder of that's a partnership where we've not put any money out. We've made a contribution or made a pledge, but it's certainly something we're still working for.
And then Gabe, that completed that side. What was on the other side then that you wanted to remove?
No, I mean, just the ones that Jessica highlighted, the 21 West Main and the 20 East Main. I mean, the implementation of the downtown plan captures some of that stuff. I mean, just calling out specific addresses.
But this is beyond just the facade portions of it, correct?
Two buildings that we own.
No, I get that. But you're referring to the facade portion, correct? Or are you just
the
talking
downtown
in
implementation,
general?
right? That's the street, that's the sidewalks, that's the building and infills. I mean, that is inclusive of all of that, right? So whether we want to label that something else, I just calling that out. I mean, again, this gets back to tying. If we just want to call it execute the capital improvement projects list, then we can just do that. How you repeat or where you would.
Because we're probably going to buy more properties anyway, or they may fall into it. So you're saying why call them out individually as addresses?
Again, task versus high-level strategy. So is this a task list or is it a strategic plan?
And again, Jessica, you'll have to remind us what your staff's doing.
Well,
Get a weekly email. Get a weekly email.
I think, using those as a very specific example, when we do have a scope of work for 20 East Main, which does need a new rear roof, and there's going to be some minor demolition onto the interior, that we're just all on the same page of, we're aware of this, and the expectation was that staff was going to come back to you at some point saying, this is what we need to do this. So I think there's an awareness here of we certainly, like Gabe said, we send out an email, we try to do as much communication as possible, and so I just want everybody to be on the same page, but I agree with you, Gabe. Strategy is different than tasks.
So my expectation there is flip it before we do the repairs.
Well, that's a different topic here.
All right.
That's a different bullet.
Yes. So Gabe, I added, for Gabe and Dex, I added your words of execute the improvement plan. Maybe that becomes a better way of just noting what's already in process. Capital plan. Okay. So that was all for the removal that you all had, right? Did anybody else have anything for removal? Because then I'm going to take us to what do we want to add for consideration for priority? Okay, for new. No, that's where I was. So if no one else has anything on the existing slide that we would want to remove, I'm going to take us to the new slide and talk about anything we might want to add.
Any other changes to the existing,
Yes,
guys?
any other changes to existing? Thank you, Gabe. Okay, so when we talk about new, there are two ways. So if you don't agree with some of the things on the new, that is okay. That should shake itself out when we vote. When we put our little dots next to the things that we believe should be a priority. So, what would you like added to this list for consideration?
I've got one. Finding the new subdivisions that we referenced in that strategy.
Eminent domain, all ag land.
I wrote that as defining new subdivisions. Did I hear you right? So this is now where I'm going to.
Yeah, defining is fine.
Does that work? Okay.
That works for me.
Thank you. All right, so defining new subdivisions, anything else to be added? I'm going to come back to you, Dex, on what you wondered about being removed, but I want to make sure I get all adds first. Okay, so I think that was 7 seconds if I counted right. So let's talk about whether or not we want to remove things from this list, or if we just want, when we vote, if we wanted to shake out that way. And so I started this by saying it should shake out in a vote. I don't want to, though, lose the conversation. If there really are things where you're like, I don't even want it on the list to be voted on, let's talk about that. So I don't know, Gabe and Dex, what y'all talked about.
Can I just get some insight on what
Yes.
update transportation master plan is inclusive of?
Michelle, you might have to help me out on this one. So this was one thing that Heather specifically put up there that we have through the comprehensive plan, basically a transportation outline is probably maybe the best way to put it. But that as we start to implement that, we're talking about, adding in roadways and different things, making connections, that this would be really spending some money to have someone sort of plan that out there outside of the next comprehensive plan project. So really making some recommendations on classifications of roadways as well as, which is different from a federal funding standpoint as to where things can be used, and really identifying those connections that can be made. Is that the best way to put that? Yeah. Okay.
This is a future look at routes, I'll simplify it extremely, rather than existing modifications to what we can do. I mean, this is like, this kind of ties into, say, a LaFrance Lane extension over to 12th, right? Which would then, what does a new subdivision there look like? And then a future state transportation model.
Yeah, I think definitely looking at future expansion, potentially maybe some reclassifications of some roads, as we do define, we know about Hibbs kind of extending, or what is South Richland, so there might be a little bit of reclassification, but probably mostly new.
And then the only other ask I had, sale of downtown lots and buildings. I assume that we are, maybe I shouldn't assume, we don't want to hold empty lots for forever, so is that really need to be on the list? Is what the only item that I had on a new state that I was not sure about.
I think, so I took something that you said earlier. Our strategy is really implementing the downtown master plan and downtown implementation plan. That when you think about, that is certainly one element of it, but there is a process question that comes back to the council as well as, so there's more discussion. It's not purely just staff moving forward with things. It's a council direction.
I need clarification on the 3 extensions, is that just a planning thing for this year? Are you just laying out what ground we would need for future developments, getting back to Jeff's comment about where we're going to find these lots?
I think, we're interested, we see these as areas for growth in the community. Is there a priority? And so I think that's where we're interested. What is the feedback from the council? When you come back to, you have a limited number of staff to kind of focus on what do things look like and shopping with some developers and things. Is there an area that you want us to be shopping around the most based on infrastructure improvements that we know need to be made, or what does that look like? So what is your priority?
Well, that's what I want to ask. Can I float something that when we go to vote, and I'm assuming we're putting stickers up, I'm going to ask this, can we put all 3 of those as one item, or are we going to vote on those separately, each of the streets?
Just from my own, which 3?
Merle Hibbs extension to 12th Street, LaFrance extension, I'm assuming that's to 12th Avenue. West Southridge Road extension would be to 12th Street.
Okay, so
is that right?
I would say LaFrance is potentially even shorter. There is that 5-acre lot that currently exists where it does not extend to. I think an initial sort of concept, it was not extending all the way over to 12th.
Okay,
so that would be the one where there's maybe a different scope.
But probably, I'm going to say there's more than just taking it further, making it a further dead end. It's probably going to go north to go pick up Merle Hibbs or something.
Possibly somewhere, yep.
So I guess my question to the rest of the council is this one item, or are we going to go throw stickers on each one individually?
Good question.
Personally speaking, I think if you feel strongly that there's one that you want to make sure gets darn done, I think that's your 3 stickers and use them all in one item. Now, you obviously got to realize that then you're okay with nothing else on there moving forward as far as a priority and focus from a staff perspective, to Jessica's point on where we want to focus. So I think that highlights what we get done now versus what we get done 2 or 3 years.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Yep. What happened in the first year? Anything else anything, I said the voting would take care of it, but was there anything you felt strongly that should be removed from the list? Dex, go ahead, because I feel like I should. Which one? LaFrance Lane Extension. Okay, there's one of 2 ways we can handle that. One is if everybody agrees that it could shake out in the voting, and so maybe Dex will ask you this: do we want to trust and see what happens with the voting, and then if it gets a high priority, you can spend time talking about it? Okay.
Come back over here.
All right, so any Barry?
Yeah, I just a thought. Looking at like the West Merle Hibbs stormwater detention and then the extension, I mean, if we're talking about joining items, aren't those 2 joined? I mean, what good does it do to extend the road if we can't build?
I would say that you're right. Like, development can still, the road could go through and you have solved perhaps a transportation issue, but you haven't solved the development issue. The development issue is the stormwater detention pond. So they both go together and could be done independently as well. So, but if you want to group those together, I'm totally fine with doing that.
Well, our strategy 1 is to expand and improve development. So I would think they should go together.
We can.
So do you want me to? So far, 2 that are saying together.
Do you want me to draw a box around them?
That'd be perfect. Thank you. All right. Excellent. Nice. Anything else before we start looking at strategy 2? And I believe, by the way, lunch will be showing up sometime between now and noon is what we think. It was on 11:45 is when the pickup time was, so we'll be seeing somebody walk in the door. Good with strategy 1. Okay, so we'll do the same process with strategy 2. Are you guys comfortable staying with your existing groups for right now? That would be great. So we'll do the same thing. Take a look at what in strategy 2 we had existing, and Gabe, we can do the same thing as we start talking about what's already far enough along that everybody's aware of it, should come off the list. We're good with that. On both process awareness and capital prioritization. So first, any questions on anything on this slide that you would like Jessica to answer? Yes, Barry.
What's the point of the use of bold on certain items?
Bold means that I move this from somewhere, so like the public art stuff. So we had a really good in-depth conversation as staff about like public art. And so we had public art kind of projects specifically in Goal 4, and we thought if it's a city-owned public art project, then that should probably be under Goal 2 because it's improving our public image. Where versus a partnership like the murals. We don't have any of our own murals. We partner with the Alliance, and if they need us to partner with them on those. So kind of partnerships versus we're actually doing it.
And Jessica, I just want to clarify, Peterson Park is down by Lottie Hoff's house, right?
Peterson Park is on the east, the east side, right along the trail, 15th and Woodbury.
Don't run off. Park 101.
Park 101. So that is an existing one we had out there. Based on some recent conversations, I don't believe there is a redevelopment possibility on that property based on numbers. And so we've not really moved on that in the last year, but I wanted to keep it out there to see if that is something. Do you want us to continue to pursue that as a park at 101 West Main, or see if we can find a potential other development opportunity?
All right. We good? So again, take a look at that one in your small groups. Decide, again, if there are things we want to come off far enough along, we don't need to be reminded of them. And then the new on Enhance Marshalltown's public image. That's our strategy 2. Here was the new list, the brainstorm list that came from the staff. So again, on the new, are there additional ideas that you have that we should add for consideration for the strategy for the year goals for 2023, what we want to get done to move us towards our vision of Enhance Marshalltown's public image? All right, so again, in your small groups, talk through that. See what you got. We'll come up with a list. By the way, when lunch gets here, we can take a break, grab our lunch, we'll eat a little bit, and then we'll share. So if you guys are willing to talk while you're eating, yes, sir.
Why is the list on the screen different than what was sent to the counselors?
Ooh, I don't know. It should not have been. Let me see.
Public Art East Main Street.
But I know
That's on, you're on the new slide, Susan, not the existing.
I'm on new, not existing? Yes.
No, we're showing a difference.
Oops, I went the wrong way.
No, we're showing, she was on the right slide.
Because I attached the wrong thing for you. That's my mistake. So the reason that it's probably different between what I sent to you all and what is up here is because this was after Jessica did the moving of all of it. And so I had 2 versions. It's me. So. Yes, that's totally on me. So when you see those differences, trust what is, like this is, and again, that was just my miss on the 2 versions of how we move things to make it make more sense. I apologize for that, guys. Thank you for asking.
I've missed a meeting, and I'm going to miss the next one too, actually. I thought 101 was going to use All right, well, for goals, are we removing anything from the one side, or is that all process, I guess? Hey, Jessica, is the bookmobile already a done deal, or is that still in the offing?
The bookmobile has been ordered, hasn't arrived. This was very specific from Sarah at the library that they're seeing demand for it before it's even arrived, and they see a need for staffing for that.
Park renovation, I drove past that the other day. Oak Park down the end of our block. Sort subject right now. It's court, pickleball courts. I know because I've talked. I know the contractor, and one of the subcontractors and clients. The smaller projects like these. Safety camera thing.
All right, so let's do this because we've got lunch. Thank you for lunch. Yay! Let's do this. So it is 12 o'clock. That's perfect. So if you could eat lunch, take a break, and finish your conversation about strategy 2, what you might want to add. If I said 30 minutes, does that feel like too much or too little time?
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I get to leave for 30 minutes?
You need to eat, finish talking about strategy 2, and take a break. And then by 12:30, be ready to share with the larger group what you would want added. And my question is that too much time, or does that feel like the right amount of time? I want to make sure you get an opportunity to eat and all that. Yes, take care of it. Perfect. So 12:30 will be the latest. We'll shoot for like 12:20 is what I in there. So between 12:20 and 12:30, be ready to share with the larger group what do we think should be added. Thank you. All right. Excellent. And thank you for picking up the lunch for us. Yay.
Are you okay with all these?
cover it? Yeah? Did you get a double?
Oh, they
Okay.
put it in two different.
Yep, they tend to do that. Yeah, you've got,
And I don't know if we need to shut off the mics. I don't know who does that while people are eating. I don't know how sensitive the mics are, but it's on the live stream.
well, that's
is the action on that to clean them up or to make them?
Make it a priority.
Make it a priority.
Yep.
So just focus, got it, okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
Set the example internally.
Yes, thank you.
As we were driving to the game last weekend, we remarked about how nice the entrance, those brick entrance things are as you're driving up toward the stadium in Ames.
Yeah.
And I know we're still kind of waiting to see what happens out here by Riverside.
Others to add?
This is probably more just planting a seed, and this one's way out in left field. But we know the police department's really struggling to take delivery of their new vehicles. Is that an opportunity for us to try to embrace technology, whether it be a Tesla or an electric vehicle, something we can get our hands on, but also use that as a promotional piece too? I don't know. Just an interesting thought there.
Can I ask that that would actually be maybe more a goal 3, an organizational thing? I get what you're saying about the promotional side of it, but just obtaining vehicles in general and changing processes is probably more a goal 3.
Yeah, if we're solely looking at it as the vehicle is the main tangible thing we're getting, it's how can you take something you need that also changes the image of the community.
Yeah.
I would suspect all the news channels would pick up something. I mean, I know other police departments are doing it. I don't know if any in Iowa are, for example.
Just to go along with, I think, just to broaden it outside of police as well, we've had this discussion at council meeting. There's multiple departments that are having difficulties getting vehicles. There are policy changes that the council can probably consider to provide more flexibility in being able to order well in advance of things. And I think that's probably where, does it have to be your standard Ford Explorer or your law enforcement Ford Explorer? Can it be something else? So I think that's more of a goal 3 because I think there is a policy change to make there, because I don't even know if Tesla would be technically approved on kind of off a state contract, because I don't think they have a state contract. So,
Yeah.
but there's things to change to have that conversation.
Just trying to think of things that we do day to day that we can somehow spend in our benefit.
On strategy 2, I included to promote Marshalltown. On strategy 3, I just left it straight like the policy change. I added those words so that it is on both, so we understand the intention of why it would exist on both. Are there others to add? None to add. Okay. So let's talk about what we might want removed.
Oh, before we go to the ad, I've been kicking myself that when the Y was built, I was involved in that, and we didn't go solar. We tried geothermal, that didn't work well, and they finally got it balanced. I've been kicking myself ever since we built the police and fire station, we didn't go solar. I see now, according to the thing that came out this morning from the League of Cities, Cedar Rapids is going to have a community solar thing you can buy into. And so I think the day is coming. I know Alliant has a solar field, Consumer Energy has a solar field. Other cities smaller than we are in Iowa have gone bigger solar. So that's one of those things that's always nagged at me, that we're not keeping up, or we're not ahead of the curve on renewable energy things. Plus, I think we fall down on, nobody I know recycles very well, and our recycling kind of just sucks. But I haven't figured out where to put the recycling thing. Solar, I thought this was maybe where to throw out the word solar.
On enhancing our public image, or is that an infrastructure?
It's really probably infrastructure.
That's what I'm wondering.
Although what triggered it was, the Tesla idea, and we need
Right.
more energy charging stations and things like that. Well, yeah, we probably ought to have solar charging stations, so that was what reminded me of it.
Landfill went so well.
Yeah, the landfill did, didn't it? That's right.
Yeah. So Mayor, do we want to do something similar on public image, or do we want to add that on infrastructure?
It's probably infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll add that here momentarily. Anything else to add on enhancing Marshalltown's public image for the next year? Then anything we want to remove? Because now we're past 12:30, so I'm good.
I'd like to remove Park 101. I think we need that with future development. I think, me personally, if it became a park in very short term, as long as we didn't get married to keeping it a park, and if somebody wanted to come in and we didn't invest too much money, I'm cool with the green space there for now. But I think ultimately for the tax rolls and for the role we want Main Street to play in this community, it needs to be built.
Okay, so Park 101. How do you guys, we'll take that off of the, are there any implications when I remove
To the
that
west,
existing,
there's an open
Jessica? Are
green
there
space
any,
that could
like,
turn into a
unintended
nice park where
consequences
Dave Clark
of
sold
things-
property.
Money already spent, already in motion. I just want to make sure before I cross it off.
I would just say that, much like a conversation we had with the farmer's market, how do we keep spaces in a area where they can be transitioned? They contribute to the community in their new state, but can be transitioned. So as we look at money that's already been set aside for that, that's what we come back with.
Okay, so good to, all right. Anything else?
Probably nitpicking, but
Does it involve a comma?
yeah. How's the center?
Sorry.
That was funny. Go ahead.
How's the Center Street viaduct repair enhancing our image?
It is a significant infrastructure project that I would say a lot of people comment on the grates, and those will be replaced. And there is probably a decision to be made yet with budget, as well as with what Union Pacific is going to require in regards to the railing.
The railing really does need to be redone.
If Union Pacific will even allow us to keep it at that height. It's that
Can they
entryway
force
into
us-
downtown.
Can they force us to remove it?
Yes. So I think that's more of where it's coming from. It is that entryway into downtown.
So that seems like a conversation that should have happened a few years ago. I mean, now we're trying to make a square peg fit a round hole.
Nothing has gone out to bid. It's still in the design phase. This will be a conversation that comes forward as we get closer to having a design that Union Pacific has probably signed off on.
Helberg and I want the archway, as the very apex of it too, by the way, just so you know.
So something that you should then think about prioritizing is public art East Main Street.
So we didn't talk about it in the group, it just kind of occurred to me, but I'll bring it up. If we want to talk about public image, people coming from the southwest, Iowa Avenue is for the most part an eyesore. What could we do to that area to make it look a little nicer?
Yeah,
Would you word,
No, I guess I kind of throw that underneath into what Barry said, which is the gateway monuments, right? Your main entrances into town off of Highway 30, off of Highway, like West Lincoln Way, North 14, Center Street, off of Highway 30, that very entrance off of the highway. Like, I put that all underneath that bucket because I think, to that very point, right? First impression, gateway monument, like that's an easy ask of that. So the creative placemaking, I think we need to probably replace the public art with creative placemaking as a more universal term, to be honest.
So I want to capture that correctly. So we're saying the public art East Main Street, change that to be gateway, or what was
No, to Jeff's comment, I think to what Barry hit on a little bit earlier was gateway monuments, entrances and perception of coming into town.
So
Yeah.
probably under existing wayfinding plan implementation / kind of building that out.
I guess I don't know where it fits, but I was also thinking, make that area a target for redevelopment of some sort. There's a lot of traffic there. That probably goes in a different strategy.
So to that point, right, not to backtrack real quick, but we got Highway 14 corridor improvements on strategy 1, I guess you really don't have anything with regards to some of the, call it South Center Street, but I guess if you talk about south of town development with regard to some of the capital prioritization, does that belong in strategy 1 if you talk about Iowa Ave West?
Yeah, I do think that's where it would go.
So add Gateway Monuments over here, add Iowa Avenue West under capital prioritization. I'm keeping these updated on the PowerPoint that I have in front of me. Thank you.
So I added Gateway Monuments to capital priority, the existing over here. Is it also something that we need to prioritize, like that we want to vote on? Or are we assuming it's already, or is Iowa West have it? Like, do I need Gateway Monuments on strategy 2 under new?
I think so.
Yes, okay, that's all I needed. I'm gonna make sure I have it. Anything else on strategy 2 under new? Just making sure I captured that conversation correctly was all I was going for. Welcome back, Helen. We just got started on anything new that we're adding to strategy 2.
Yeah, when I left, Barry had it all.
Perfect. All right, good with that one? All right, let's talk about strategy 3. So this is the continually, the improving of our infrastructure, organization, and services. And so this is what we had for existing. And we're going to the same process. Pair up with your folks. First of all, do you have any questions on anything on the existing list? Yes, sir, Jeff.
What does EnerGov enhancements mean?
EnerGov is the system that basically, the software that coordinates our nuisance abatement, our internal permitting, building permitting, other things. So it's that software.
I may be DUM, but I don't know what DEI stands for.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion training.
Yep.
And that was the terminology I was trying to search for earlier about the mission or vision. Probably ought to have a
Can we get some explanation on the review subdivision ordinance?
Yes, this is a very old ordinance. Probably 2005 was maybe the last time it was updated.
A couple periodic,
Yeah, and I mean, this basically controls development standards within the community. And so there is a conversation, it plays in with the zoning ordinance, but it's not a substitute for the zoning ordinance. And so it's what's telling you what your new streets are gonna be built like, what is that width, what is that? It's basically kind of that standard of how a subdivision gets laid out and the rules that you have to follow. And it needs to be updated.
That wasn't a part of our planning and zoning.
No.
That's a miss.
It's
That's a big miss.
So-
That's hand in hand.
It's not a miss. It was something we have a draft internally. It's just not something that was ready to come forward. And I think there are some decisions for the council to make in terms of required street width and things like that, that will help determine future development and development costs of Marshalltown.
If we haven't done it, we need to move to the top of the list.
Yeah, it's
Especially since we've already started doing subdivision development.
In my defense, sitting in on those meetings, the zoning and building stuff that was all in those 200 or what was it, 240 pages, it covers most of it, but it was left out, if I recall right, and correct me, that there may be some special items that may be enhanced or dehanced, if that's a word, you know what I mean, to make a subdivision work better. Is that?
I think just the subdivision ordinance is more technical in nature for the infrastructure, whereas how much do you need for a right-of-way? How much do you need for where those utilities lie? How wide is your street? So it's a little more on the technical side of infrastructure development than when we think of what we were working on the zoning, like how big a lot is and some of those things. So as Jessica said, we have something, it is definitely functional. We've been operating with it, but it does need to be updated.
Other questions on the new, and then I'd like to, before you start brainstorming potential actions, I'd like to go through a little bit of data that we had talked about this morning in terms of where the employee base is where the city staff lives, that data as well as the exit information, because that might play into some of the actions you might want to see this next year. At least that was how we talked about it this morning. So we want to review it really quick. If there's nothing, no other questions about
Is that
what
referring to the citywide staffing study? No.
No. This was, so this morning when we shared our weaknesses and we talked about living outside of the city and burnout, it's that data. Sorry.
So have we correlated those, that the people that live outside the city are the ones getting more burnout than the ones that live in the city?
We don't have that. I don't know if you can all see this, but just generally, so we had broken down, the majority of our employees live in Marshall County. We have 195 employees. These do not include seasonal employees. So these would basically be your permanent part-time and your full-time. 195 total. 81.5% live in Marshall County. Of that, 102 live in the city limits. 26 rural Marshall County, which breaks down to 52.3% of city employees live in city limits.
But that doesn't add up to the 159.
195?
No, you have Marshall 159. In purple?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to, let me check that with Jill. That might mean some ended up down in here in Marshall County.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so, that's the.
I didn't see those.
So I put the other smaller towns down here, but yeah, so.
Didn't see it.
Just to recap, 81% where you want to have in county, 52 in city.
Yes. Okay.
Wouldn't that say 60%
Oh, sorry.
in city?
So
Those-
61% of the total that have a Marshall
All right,
County
sorry,
address. So it gets a little confusing.
And I'll go put it underneath we'll have it underneath there too, but then also wanted this to be the other data we asked about this morning.
So we broke this down by kind of the different departments. Public Works and Engineering includes all the divisions, transit, wastewater, everything else. And so over 2021 and 2022, year to date, we have had 12 retirements, 2 who were terminated or did not pass a probationary period. We had 25 resignations that could be voluntary, or could be involuntary, could be resignation in lieu of termination as well. And then we had 3 deaths.
It's 10% of our workforce, right? Yeah, more.
So,
Do we know why people decline the exit interview? Are they mad, or they just don't want to share?
It's completely up to them. I mean, it's totally an employee's choice.
So again, the reason we wanted to share that data at this point with this strategy is because it might influence actions we want to see on the list for this next year that we want to take. So again, sorry, go ahead. Did you have a question?
I still have 2 questions left on strategy 3 new, but
All right. All right, so that's it. So that's why the data's there. If you need to see it again, it's on the wall. If you've got questions about it, let us know. And then go right ahead, Barry.
the final bullet point, citywide staffing study, is that regarding pay, satisfaction,
Yeah.
what?
Maybe we do have a difference here.
I am feeling bad, like I have the wrong
Yeah,
version,
that is
y'all.
the
I am
one.
sorry.
This is so just to give you an honest assessment of, I could have put up there every department with their individual requests, and I didn't feel that that was maybe the best way to bring the information to you, because obviously there is a prioritization and a need within that. And so that's where we talked about, rather than, you know, putting all of those requests from departments up there, that talking about looking at it holistically across the organization is maybe better than taking a department by department view. You can all totally disagree with that, and I'm fine, and we can bring back recommendations or requests from departments, but that's kind of where we're at.
And then the outdoor structure at the library, what type of structure is that?
They're looking for, I would say, probably like an amphitheater type thing, something where they could do more programming outside under a sort of a shelter. It could also be like using an event tent is probably not a good example, but more like a permanent event tent type of thing.
Pavilion?
A pavilion, yes.
While we're on that subject, can I just remind the library that we don't control their budget? We set the number. They can divide it up any way they want to.
It is a capital item that they do not have the funding for. Although, Gary, I will just tell you, we had the same conversation about, you'll see process awareness, expanding digital items at the library. That is not something that you all have control over or that I manage. That is something that they decide to do as a board with the resources they are allocated.
We can cross that off and we talk partnerships. We have Grimes Farm they can partner with for an amphitheater outdoor activity. Solves two problems, can take them both off.
And I think that there would need to be some discussion about the utilization of the library grounds. Some of that isn't in their control, but I don't know why an amphitheater would support them.
Okay.
One more question, Jessica, sorry, then I'll shut up.
You're good, and you don't need to. That's the whole point of this meeting, is to talk.
The bathroom at the airport, is that a completely new structure? Is that changing the locks on a door? What?
It is outfitting basically a 24-hour restroom within an existing hangar building that had an office component to it. And so there is some insurance money that is there, but initial quotes have come higher than that. So it's something to decide if it is a priority to continue investigating investigating further and bringing forth.
Don't apologize, that's why we're having this, is to talk about it. So is everybody in agreement, by the way, I just want to make sure, are we taking off expand digital items at the library and the outdoor structure at the library for purposes of our strategy? Did I understand that right? So you're saying, yes, cross them off, because for the purposes of our strategy, that's handled by the library board. So you might have input into something. Just those two things we'll take off so that we aren't voting on those, like, okay? Yes? All right.
Is the outdoor structure the garage or the
No. This would be something new, like truly another sort of, I don't know what to call it other than an outdoor structure placed on the ground. So not related for storing the bookmobile or anything else, more of an event space, outdoor event space.
Okay. Anything, so individually and then with your partner, your trio, what should be added to our goals and actions on the new? What should we add to this one? So we already, by the way, added the electric vehicle potential for all departments is on the list for infrastructure. Solar is going to be on the list. The mayor brought that up earlier. What else should we add to the list? So take a few minutes in your groups and see what else we want to put on the list to vote on. Maybe something about solar, renewable energy.
The way I phrased that was.
Yes.
Thank you. Implement solar/renewable energy in city projects.
Jessica?
Yes.
Question? The sidewalk repair notices, we voted on that, before these guys joined the council? And then the vacant lot and vacant building, have we not moved forward on any of those notices?
You are correct, we have not, and it comes back to staffing and resources as to why we haven't. Engineering has had a vacant position for quite some time that's needed, and so we just, hopefully by the end of this calendar year, early next year, we'll be able to get there. And then the vacant building is, again, it's the same thing. It's with Caleb transitioning, Hector transitioning in, zoning ordinance, there's just so much that Michelle can do, so.
What have we got? What have you got? What have you got? New ideas. One more minute, and then we'll start 2 more minutes, and then we'll start collecting your thoughts, your additional ideas. Yep, these will be actions primarily for the next year. Yep. Even the new ones, right? Yeah. Even the new ones. Primarily, what do we want the focus to be in 2023? They might take longer than a year. It depends on how big it is. I always hesitate to assume. 1 more minute, then we will share. All right, we're ready? Jeff, I'll let your group go first. Middle group go first. Is there anything that you wanted to add for consideration?
Other than what the mayor already suggested be added, we'd like to throw something on there about the streets plan, maybe a comprehensive streets plan, maybe toward the top, since we actually moved infrastructure right to the beginning. And so I know we're waiting on a study from Iowa State, but we just need a way to concretely lay out, okay, which streets need the most attention, and then we can try to figure out the plan.
Concrete, no pun
No, I did intend that one, I guess. That's why it came to my
Don't go
tongue.
down that road, Gary.
Can I write it like, are you guys comfortable? This is how what I just heard in there, and tell me if this is, I should have asked before I wrote it. What I heard was we're gonna create a comprehensive street plan based on this data from ISU.
So we kind of have it, but it says funding behind it under the existing street improvement plan funding. And so.
Yeah, but I think that's a separate thing rather than, what needs to be addressed, because we're not going to be able to fund all these. We realize that. This is going to be a decades-long task. And I just think we need the plan, because we don't even know how many miles of streets are in, I don't, anyway. If they exist somewhere, I don't know where it is, how many miles of streets we have, which ones need to be addressed, and then, what makes the most sense from getting all the resources together to do it and keep costs down, because we don't want to do a street or a block over here and a block over there. We just will do 6 blocks in a row.
Okay? Anything else from the middle group? No. All right. Gabe and Dex, did you have anything to add?
I'm good. I just think that on new with regards to enhanced communication to non-English residents or translations abilities, I think we just need to be more pointed and specific. I feel like that's too broad and overarching that I'm not quite sure what it's focused on. Are we let's focus on bilingual first before we add a whole bunch of others. I just think we need to be more specific when we talk 1 to 3 years versus trying to encompass everything to everybody.
We didn't get more specific in our conversation of that. So yeah, so we're still as staff at that high level, not into the specifics. So
We talked about that might be an opportunity for the partnership side, strategy 4, work with those employers that find ways to communicate with the non-English speaking population. I guess speaking broadly, the second bullet point for advertised positions to non-traditional sources, enhance recruitment efforts, that seems kind of broad too, and potentially disappointing that that's not already happening.
I would say to really say to define that is everything we put out is in English. We don't do any recruitment within. It's sort of like probably the way to describe hiring right now is we push stuff out in an English only way. And we push it out to sort of the ways that we are required to do, and don't necessarily go above and beyond. The one exception I would say would be probably in policing, where we've done more in terms of recruitment video, same with fire recruitment videos and things like that, that have kind of been that non-traditional thing in the last year. But
So you're talking language or medium or platforms or all the above?
I'd say all of the above, yeah.
What Barry and I were talking about is, why is that at the council level? Why isn't that a conversation between you and Jill?
It's a process awareness.
Yeah, so we would
Yeah.
vote on it.
Yeah.
It probably goes to what Gabe was saying earlier, is that when we were talking about, so if you remember, when we talked about this transition of listing some of the more significant projects that are getting worked on, and transitioning even to the significant projects might not forever stay in the plan.
Yep.
Right, but it's been that transition over the years. So I think that's why that one's there, is that we're not asking y'all to vote on it. We are saying it's happening and it's significant because of the switch to other languages. Is that fair?
And I'd connect it back to the 3-year vision where, we broke it down, you all broke it down into Marshalltown has a diverse workforce. How are we getting there? That's a specific step that we need to take to make sure that we are getting a diverse workforce.
Does that help?
No. I guess I see it as expand digitalizing the library. That's what they're doing. That's fine. Do it. But why is it on here? It's like that's a conversation. I mean, if we can't fill positions, the next step is logically, you better be figuring out how to reach more people.
Well, I'll kick it back to it's a resource conversation. We have one person in HR, and so we have a very limited HR budget as well. It's a resource thing. There's probably a lot of stuff we haven't done because there's just one person to do it. I would say where you all have helped on that, again, you put money towards recruitment videos to kind of come up to the same level as some of our area communities. That's been helpful. But again, it's process awareness. I think it connects with what we're trying to see in a 3-year vision. And so we have it there. I mean, you could truly say that anything process awareness should be removed, but it's out there.
I'm just going to say that we have 195 employees. How many HR people do we need? When your graph just showed the turnover rate for the last 2 years, shouldn't one person be able to handle all that? So again, it's like, what are we doing with the resources we have? You know, when are we going to stop having the conversation that we need more police officers, we need more stuff? It's like, in the private sector, these are the resources you have, go figure it out. When are we going to have that conversation is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I think it's not on here, but it's on your thing, citywide staffing study. That's when you have that conversation where what resources do you currently have, how are they being deployed, and what should an organization of our size truly have?
So that's getting into the lean thing then, right?
No.
Figure out how to be more efficient in what we have?
No, this would be looking at, based on our demographics, how many police, how many fire, how many in planning and zoning and other things. So not doing a wage study, but looking at staffing across the organization.
But what I'm saying is if we don't have the money to get to those ideal numbers, then we need to concentrate on how to accomplish the same job with the limited resources that this city can afford. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying is like, why is this stuff on here when it, if something isn't working, then figure something else out.
Well, I think we're saying that what we have been doing is working. I mean, what you're talking about with those numbers over there, those are probably not any different than what you would see nationally, in terms of positions that are available. All of our public works it's police and public works where we're having the most trouble hiring, and a lot of those are very specific positions. Some actually just opened up and have not been trouble. There hasn't been trouble getting a civil service list in the past, and I don't think we'll have trouble this year. So I think that's what we're saying is what we're doing, the best way to be doing it, but we want to make sure it ties back to something that we all see as a vision. So leave it up there, take it down. I don't care.
Right, so again, on the process awareness, those are not ones we'll be voting on. So yes, we can, but again, in this transition of having had more detail and moving to having less detail, it's that balance of what do we want there or not. Anything else we want to add that we would want to prioritize? Good conversation. Good, I'm going to count to 7. All right, one more to do. I don't know if I might. So this is the strategy 4 around partnering with. This is the one where we want you to list out your favorite organizations that, I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Dex, just kidding. Who do you want to partner with? Who do you don't? So these are some of the existing things that are already underway. I hope I have everything on this list. You might have an extra one on yours. Again, I own that. I apologize. I grabbed the wrong one. And then these were the new actions. So nothing necessarily new in the world of process or awareness, but in terms of potential for capital prioritization. I hope I've got the right one, Jessica. I'm all paranoid about my. Oh, good. I got all paranoid about my lack of ability to copy and paste, which is really stressful. But anyway, any questions on any of these before you start talking in your small groups? And again, this is one for directionally for the strategy. If there are a few areas that you specifically want focused on in the next 3 years, this is really where it would help us to understand that from your perspective. So it might not look like listing out the specific organizations, or it might be that, but that idea of directionally, how do we want to partner? And where do you see us moving? These were some of the ideas from staff. So you can see homelessness as being, that kind of a thing, art, that kind of a thing. That may or may not be the direction you all agree should go. So think about that. Again, talk with your partner. What do you think should be added? And then we will add those, and then we'll get to get up and vote.
Yeah, that's my understanding. We own the park behind it.
Sure.
But they own the all the woods in, yeah, where the softball diamond used to be, and the diamond and stuff. This is something that is. There's already a this here is all of them.
What's going to be?
That looks like it, yeah, it looks like there's a script that goes in between.
How are we doing? Good? Good? Jeff, how are you guys doing? You need a little bit more time, or are you good?
What are you guys talking about, the creek? What are you talking about, the creek between May and Anson? Yeah, I think so. That we should clean it up? I think we shouldn't clean it up. Huh? We shouldn't. Shouldn't?
Should not.
It's publicly owned.
Is it?
Yeah.
The report looked like it wasn't publicly owned. It wasn't city owned.
Half and half. If you lay the line.
We can talk more about this when we get there.
Yeah.
There is platted alley that the city has, but it is not enough space to be able to do any type of activity in.
I disagree.
Do you need more time? Or are you ready to share what you might want to add in? Got it. Okay.
Are you guys done?
Yes, they're done and they're done. So that's why I was checking. So, no, you're fine. No, Jeff. I want to give you time. That's the only reason I was asking, was I wasn't sure where the conversation was at. Do you want more time? I can dole it out. As if I'm the creator of time. That sounded really. I don't know the God complex. I don't mean that at all. Yeah, for real. So let's start, before we dive down the rabbit holes, first, if you guys are good, is there anything we wanted to add to the list for potential actions we want to take in this next year? I'm going to start over with Gary and Barry. Anything you had that you wanted added? Okay?
Can
Yeah.
you want me to ask questions later of what's there, or just stay with added right now?
Let's just do added, and then I'll come back and we'll have questions, because I'm going to ask generally on
Okay.
any of them, are there any questions to
Okay.
make sure we're clear before we vote? So, let's come over to Gabe, Dex, anything to add?
From an adding perspective, the only thing that had prior conversations about is partnerships that enable us to capture some of the stuff earlier and other strategies that ultimately is reliant on funding outside of city perspective. So I think about the RAISE grant and otherwise submission after submission. Do we have the right state and federal level partners involved from a lobbying perspective to ensure we're going to have an ability to actually fruitfully move those forward in the future or not? And I think that's probably more important when you talk about total dollars coming in from a Marshalltown perspective than anything else on this list. No, it's an approval. State and federal engagement, I guess, is the easy way to put that.
The way that I wrote it, Susan, was partnerships proactively addressing cities' access to resources, financial resources. But also saying state and federal relationships is a good one too.
Okay, I might not have this exactly right, but you all will know when you come up to vote, I hope. Because state and federal partnerships that proactively allow us to see funding resources kind of is what, I'm close-ish? You got it? Okay, whew, thank you, sorry, that first round was bad on my interpretation. Anything else to add? Good?
We didn't talk about it in the group, but I do have something I'd like to add. So on the existing, there's the trail master plan countywide. I think we need to broaden our vision and really make that probably a 4 or 5 county area, because that's what really unlocks the value in these trail systems, is a lot of destinations in a lot of different areas. And you bring in a lot more people that way, and I think there would be cooperation in other counties, especially. I mean, we'll see how the county supervisor's election goes, but I do think there will be some good opportunities there to work with our neighbors.
So I basically used the same, I said trail master plan, multiple countywide. I put that just to throw the word, that's good, perfect, all right. Anything else to add? Okay, so let's ask clarifying questions and we'll work our way backwards from 4, 3, 2, 1 to make sure that anything that's on the new list. Are there any questions about any of it? Because I'm going to ask you then, once we go through all of that, to come up and place votes on where you think the priorities should be. And so this is this one last time to make sure we understand the words on the page. That's what it's about. So,
Maybe,
Gary, I'm sorry.
quickly,
yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
I missed the opportunity.
No.
I thought through strategy 4, we were going to talk about maybe some of those organizations that
Yes.
we think would provide us the most bang for our buck.
Yes, thank you. No, I just skipped it. That was
Yax, do you have that list ready?
Yeah. So yes, we should talk about that. Now I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to ask a question, Barry, from you first. Is this anything, when we have this conversation, I'll say it this way, let me know when you guys decide you want something on the board that we want to vote on versus we just want to have a conversation. So just help me know when you want it on the board.
Well, to Gabe's point earlier, I think there are organizations that tie together these other strategies that we could probably identify now. And I didn't know if now was the time you wanted that or not.
Yep. No,
So
I
like
think
specific to the MCBD, I mean, we talk about the downtown master plan. We talk about a lot of the things that they could help us facilitate or help push it to the finish line. But I don't know how you want that captured here.
I think if there's anything specific to add to it, please verbalize. If not, I'm going to record here.
I think what Barry's trying to say is we specifically have called out some organizations. You know, again, this is that gray area. Where do you draw the line? Because
CDD has been called out in Goal 1 specifically.
I understand, and so has Impact, and so has the Arts and Cultural Alliance. So to the point earlier, we don't want to list a list and make somebody mad, but at the same time, are there others that we are wanting to call out that we know of something we want to do and we need their help?
Right. So it'd be probably words, I think, like, do we want to increase the partnership with them in 2023? Or focus on, I'm trying to think of the action verb, Barry, that we would include with them, that we would include with the partnership that we could add in terms of how we would vote, right? And again, only speaking from in 2023, these might be the ones we want to go to.
So
Is that helping at all? I'm not sure if I'm helping.
yeah, no, I guess from where you're going, and at least from my view on strategy 4 specifically, like some of those partnerships already exist in place. To me, I don't really care whether we list those or not with what is in place. But as I look at kind of the list on new, and I look at homelessness, I don't know that the city owns that. So is that then an area, then we sit there and say, who do we partner with in order to drive a homeless shelter in Marshalltown? Which is probably different than who we would then partner with from a sober living housing, which is probably different than who we would partner with from a jail diversion perspective. So that's where my head goes with regards to naming things on areas that are priorities that don't already exist.
And Gabe, that's a good point, because I had a conversation with David Hicks about a homeless shelter, and right away he threw up his arms and goes, whoa. He goes, we're not getting involved with that. That's not our, purview.
And when we say partner, too, I go back to, and Gabe and I had a good short discussion about this. Is partnering identifying those partners, or is our role in a partnership removing barriers that would keep a nonprofit from being able to be successful?
Or even further, are we funding that partnership? So again,
Similar to Impact, right? I mean, that
Yeah.
was, we kickstarted that program in order to pilot it, right? And then it's kind of got some additional funding and different discussion, but that's kind of what I envision as homelessness list, right? Like, to me, it shouldn't be on there unless we're aligned and have an idea of who we're identifying that we're partnering with, whether it be financial backing or removing barriers. Like, that's not on the police department or the city department of any sort in my mind that's going to champion that.
So what is it you want to say? Find a partner to cure homelessness in the city? I mean,
I don't know. To all these things, we just can't will them into existence. It's got to be somebody's passion. And I think we need to wait for those people or organizations to come forward with a plan that we think could work. And then even then, I don't even know what our role in it would be. It's just one of those things that there's other mechanisms in society for this. So I think I don't know what we can proactively do.
well, that gets back to Dex's point, though. If we throw a bone out there and say, hey, we'll put $100,000 towards somebody that develops a coherent plan for homelessness, will people step forward faster instead of waiting for someone that to become their passion?
Well, I don't think throwing money out in front of a problem like that is really a great solution, because then what's the true motivations? I don't know. So.
And I think we do own it from the standpoint that it's a problem that isn't going to go away and is growing. The Des Moines Register had a story in the last, it was this morning or yesterday, where they tried to do a count, and they're trying to figure out solutions to it. My wife and I had a 2-hour conversation with the mayor of Austin, Texas, who had gone out to San Francisco to visit with the mayor out there to try to figure out what the hell to do with the growing homelessness population in Austin, and figuring that San Francisco had kind of been through it, and big time San Francisco is in it worse than anybody. Maybe Portland is pushing them now, but it's a problem out there. I had the same conversation probably earlier with the director of and with former director too of the House of Compassion. They were looking at trying to buy the house next door, have a male home for the male population, and another home for the females and children, and it's something that we, we'll be addressing in 5 or 10 or 15 years, especially if we grow our population. We're lucky that we're cold.
And I'll just say this is a bigger issue than any of us realize. I actually have new neighbors living in my street right now in a camper, moved in Saturday.
There's a house, there's a trailer home that can't go anywhere on an alley just off 3rd Avenue that the neighbors have complained. I've driven past there about 5 times now to check. Yeah, somebody's living there. I don't think they got water. I don't think they have plumbing. It's there.
So literally, my new neighbor, the camper was pulled in, parked on the street next door to my house, and I have neighbors now with a dog.
I don't hear anybody disagreeing that this is an issue and that the city has a role in it. I just think that we're also in consensus that this is a really complex issue, and we need to be better informed about what our role would be and removing barriers and supporting in some way. It's just really complex, and I don't pretend to be a subject matter expert in the area. I just don't think that the bullet points of develop a homeless center, enhance services to the homeless, like those aren't city actions.
But Dex, what do you want to do though? I mean,
Well, that's what I was going to ask too, Gary. As I'm hearing in the conversation, is instead of the solution-oriented bullet points, is homelessness? Do we feel like that's an issue the council wants to better understand in 2023, and really the action is gain understanding of what homelessness means in Marshalltown in Iowa, and who's out there working on it. So 2023, the action for us in this strategy looks more like an investigative action rather than a solution-oriented action. And I'm asking.
No, creation of a focus group with the parties, right? So is that a city at the table, the PD at the table? Is it House of Compassion at the table that essentially discuss, is there an existing
Absolutely.
party that can partake?
and I like that because we have a resource right in town that probably knows more about the homelessness than anybody, and that's the library, because most of them are coming there and living there during the day.
Yeah, I was thinking all we'd have to do is get Joe Laville, somebody at Micah, somebody at the Food Box, somebody at the House of Compassion. There's your focus group, somebody at the city.
Yeah, I like that, Sue, that let's understand the problem.
Can I, if I could just offer just.
Yeah, well, and I want to say, so if it's facilitation, this has been very, very informal of just, I've been standing with people. It seems like the United Way is trying to get a better handle on this as they dedicate funding towards supporting programming and measures that help reduce homelessness. And so I think there's probably a starting point in a conversation with the United Way, because I think they might be facilitating that community-wide conversation.
Jessica, while you're there, what about the Red Cross? Is this not considered a disaster?
No, it's not no. There's nothing that changes support for them. It would be if they have a local program that they can offer.
I'll just offer that we do have in our community a local homeless coordinating board. That's a board that already exists. It's not appointed by the city, but it is made up of several of the service agencies, one of which is our housing authority. So the city participates, one of my staff participates. Jessica attends those, but David Hicks leads that. They meet monthly generally to discuss issues and coordinate services. So there is activity out there. I've had multiple meetings with agencies talking about shelters, things like that. There's funding potentially. So I think that there is a lot that happens out there that just maybe hasn't been brought forward. So if you want summary of that, I think, as Susan, that might be a way to.
Maybe that's the broader issue of this. It's not just homelessness. You know, it seems like the last year we've had fewer reports than I thought the first couple of years of my term. That, you know, we had other organizations coming at, you know, the reports section of our agenda. Why can't we get these people to come to the council meetings and report? You know, that would educate us right there. And it's not just homelessness, it's everything.
Because I think there is a definition around that in the council rules, and I don't know it off the top of my head, but I think it says it's someone that will have a partnership, not just general community updates. And so I think there's a difference there. But I think that's where, you know, to go back to it's the Hardin-Marshall County Homeless Coordinating Commission, in talking with the United Way, that group is not set up to maybe problem solve bigger issues like this. They're the agencies that are dealing with it and having those people come seek their services. There's a lot of conversation, I think, where Susan got with, you just want a better understanding of what this looks like and who is doing this and who's involved in our community is probably the better action for bringing that forward.
Well, let me throw this out there then. We control our rules, right, for that reports. If we truly want to partner with citizens, for-profit, nonprofit, and others to improve the quality of life within Marshalltown, we need to open up that reports category to be educated on what's out there. Maybe there's these organizations, churches, whatever, that are doing things that because they can't come report to us in a formal setting, maybe we need that education so we can partner with more groups.
I would like to put up amending the council rules or reviewing
So-
the council rules for multiple things under strategy
I think there's
3.
some general
because
review.
it's part of our, it's not a strategy 4, it's a strategy 3. I mean, it's about what your meetings look like and what they are. If you end up with partnerships as a result of that, but it's item number, or goal number 3, strategy number 3, about improving our organization, is I think where amending the council rules exists.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so, okay.
So where does that leave us on homelessness? Are we leaving it in there then, or taking it out, or?
Looking at, it's the education, do we want to elevate that out of the specifics to that being a specific action we want to vote on as a council to better understand homelessness in?
Yeah, so.
Just add the word understand before homelessness.
And that's what I was going to say. So as we put, I mean, I'd say from the staff perspective, because remember, these are all staff generated, staff identifies homelessness as a problem. And when we were saying what are things that we can do in all of these, that's where we started to identify specific actions. And I would say, I'm sure there's no disagreement that those would all be wonderful things for our community, but we're not doing them, and we can start at a broader area.
So
we-
I wrote it, understand homelessness on the sheet,
And then cross off the bullet items?
and I will cross off the bullet items. I didn't do that, but yes, I will, exactly. Yep, so understand homelessness becomes the action to vote on. Okay. Any other questions for clarification? Any other partners we want to, so Barry, to go back to you, are there any other partners that we want to address now? Because it is the right place, this is the right place to do it. No, it's good.
No,
This
it
is
wasn't-
good, because it does help us know where we went ahead, right? So this is all about alignment. It's an important thing.
No, we definitely have partners that can help us drive some of these to completion or weave throughout all the strategies. I didn't know what you wanted to see. You just mentioned that staff would like direction specific to what organizations.
Yeah. Yes, and homelessness was a great example, if I remember it right. Like if you all as a council would have said, we actually don't want to talk about homelessness at all, don't spend your time there, we would rather talk about mental illness only, which I realize is connected with homelessness. But, that kind of a thing, Barry, is what we were getting at in terms of help us make sure we're going in the same direction as a team, if you will. Does that help?
I'll give you a specific one.
Okay.
Let's partner with the IRL to move their facility within the city limits so we don't have to fund so much of their operation, because if you move it in the city limits, their adoption rate would go way up, and it would actually save us the $80,000 a year.
So add that to the list to vote on.
That's a complete 180 from my let's start reducing inventory. There's your whole new subdivision, animal subdivision.
I was gonna say, you're getting into some zoning rules and stuff too, but, that's for another time and place.
That's right, but we can consider it for our voting prioritization. Anything else?
On partnering?
Anything else on partnering? Did we miss any partners that we want to address? At least be available for voting.
Are we ready to
All
talk
right.
about the creek yet or not?
Yes. Do we need clarification on what we mean by the creek? What we mean by partner with the owner for cleaning of private creeks? Do we need conversation for clarification before we vote?
I just want to say, this was not their problem. We created the problem years and years ago by putting in 2 new bridges on May Street and Anson Street and changing the flow of the creek. So we created the issue. We should clean it up. So the partnering with them is cleaning up their yard after the track hoe drives through their yard.
Okay. So when we go to vote, keep that in mind if that influences your vote in any way.
Do we have any frown face stickers that I can put on there?
I can give you blank ones and you could draw your own, Gabe, if you wanted to. I could totally do that. All right. So then, real quick, any questions on any of the, did we get all our questions answered on new for strategy 3? Again, this is one last review before you go to vote. Okay. Anything on 2? 1?
Oh, back up to, where was it? Where was the, yeah. So if we're pulling off the library stuff, do we need to expand the bookmobile service, additional staff for library? Again, is that our issue?
No, I crossed it off. So when you go up to vote, yeah, I just haven't updated the slides because they were up there. Yep, so you're good. So you'll see it on the sheets when you go up there. Okay.
That was a couple hours ago. I can't remember that.
I know, right? All right, so here's what I'd like for you to do. You have 4 sheets or 4 slips of 3 stickers each. Would like for you to place your votes on your top priority. So each one of the strategies has a goals, actions, new. That's what you're placing your dots on. 3 for strategy 1, 3 for strategy 2, 3 for strategy 3, 3 for strategy 4. You can place all of them on one or one on each. Does that make sense?
Only on the news sheet.
Only on the news sheet. Only on the news sheet and
On the yellow bags.
now certainly let us know if you want somebody to vote for you, otherwise you can come on. All right, perfect. Let everybody else clear out first. Yes.
I was worried about you just sitting there and not moving, and we're gonna get stiff.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's my bad. Then you sit outside in the snow in September, and those months where you're. Top 3 priorities each. Which ones would you like to focus to be implemented into
So do I talk to Dory for that? Or?
Yeah.
only on the news sheet?
Can I just pull the record?
Only on the news sheet.
Yeah.
We pass that resolution.
Thank you, Larry.
And maybe I missed it. It could have been.
Only on the news sheet.
I asked Dory how excited she is that we did that. And then ask her why it's taken so long.
And I've got other tape still too. I'll let you go first, and then we can use the table too.
Is this in camera shot, Michelle? Okay.
Pull my stickers off. Good night, guys. You think you over-stickered one of them? No. Okay, I'm gonna put one on.
You're gonna put it on priority list or you're gonna put it in
No, I wanted to take it. I've been trying to get it out for a long time. Because it's out there in the middle. It's not here. You want it down, so we're gonna take it. What are you gonna do? What's not? We get 3 per sheet, right?
3 per sheet.
So there should be no more than 3 times 7, 20, oh, there's only 6 of us, or 7 adults here. So there should be no more than 21 stickers at most.
On a sheet of paper. And that's funny that you're counting. I totally trust you guys to not,
Yeah, questions.
It is to give some kind of direction. Directional understand.
You guys have no respect for your elders, that's all I can say. Right, Al?
What happened?
They have no respect for their elders. Why did you do that?
Do you need any like
Jessica, do you guys have anything going on? You
No.
partner with the Y or
Nope.
Planet Fitness or?
Nope.
You do nothing on the
Nothing.
wall? Do they get sick, do they sick days? Does the staff accumulate?
Yeah, we have separate sick leave from vacation time, yes.
Do they accumulate that or is it just set?
It is, well, it's set that you accumulate it in 8.33 hours per month.
Okay.
This is me being whiny because of where I live. But
Which one,
is there any way that when the train is stalled out in 12th Street Crossing for like 20, a half hour?
Yes, you call the number, there's a number you call. They will tell you they will get back, they will resolve it, call you the next day, and they never will.
No. I live just south of the 12th Street Railroad crossing, and there are times when it's closed for a half hour at a time.
And more.
More than that.
Yeah, but from experience, you call, they take all of your information, your first pet's name, your mom's maiden name, they take everything. They say they'll get back to you the next day, they never do, and they will not address the issue as it is in front of you.
It's like calling, complain about the snow when they're out of the northeast.
Yeah.
They'll take your information and make their money.
And then we get an email, so we.
Are there other crossings that is that bad?
Yeah, 12th Avenue, 12th Street.
Well, generally, if 12th Street is blocked, 6th and 2nd are typically blocked at the same time unless they're on that industrial line where they're actually assembling cars.
The beauty of it is we actually put,
Why is this on two beds?
Yeah.
Why is it like a big like road?
Correct. So this one is about the unit. This one would be about the minor unit. This is but what it's talked about is so, good news is about did you, Amy, you guys look at 4 already then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's just my.
you voted that one 6 times.
I have a personal issue that I would like the city to address.
Huh? Yeah.
Did you see where they were laying on the podium? By all means.
It's, they're gonna stay, do their switching no matter how long it takes.
Yeah, I've got.
Because it's gonna cost them too much money to back up.
I don't want
and
to
put
find
the
it.
train.
Yeah.
Then they used to do that. In fact, in my day, they actually, well, it wasn't Union Pacific. They actually used to sit there and switch them down, and they would split the train at the crossing.
I mean, they're moving, it's fine. They're in and out.
Or underlying that are the big ones.
Isn't then control over whatever kind of space over the top, because the fucking train goes in.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, they can just sit at the rail right forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anybody find it?
Start at the top. All right, we will. Good job. So on strategy 1. For development, we've got, oops, sorry about that. So we've got clearly this West Merle Hibbs has got the most votes by far, West Merle Hibbs, followed by the incentive program for Marshalltown Mall development. And then the sale of downtown lots and buildings and the West South Ridge Road extension to come next. And then Iowa Avenue West. So priorities. Makes sense? Any questions on that while I'm grabbing the second one?
This one too.
No, I mean, you're moving, discussing 2 times.
For 3.
Yeah, no, just went through with the fire jar. Are any questions on those or any surprises? So obviously Western Hills would be the focus, followed by the incentive program for Marshalltown Law Development, on and on. Any surprises or questions or anything we need to discuss on that before we? Perfect? Perfect. 2. So there was, as people were voting, there was the Gateway Monuments, we believe is actually part of this city-owned spaces, green spaces, welcome signs, and I just heard that wrong. So I'm combining those votes. When I wrote those as 2, that was my misread. So that is the 2, 4, 6, 8, the top, and build out a public safety camera network. Did I count? I hope I counted those right. Those are the top 2. Public safety camera network, and then this Gateway Monuments, city-owned green spaces, welcome signs, setting the example for those. Then the other 2 that got the electric vehicle, like if we get one of those, promoting that, as well as the fund, create or fund a property maintenance grant program, and then opportunities for city-owned public art being the last that got a vote. Any questions or comments on 2? Feeling pretty good so far? All right.
Wow, nice enthusiasm.
Yeah, so strategy 3, the good news, on strategy 3, I'm going to say the good news is there is a clear top one. The street plan, a comprehensive street plan based on the data from ISU is clearly, clearly the top vote getter. And then then followed by the city maintenance plan, having that. The review and amend city council rules to support the strategy. Expand impact are the next 2. Implement solar, renewable energy in city projects. And then the potential for an electric vehicle for some department. How does that sound? Hopefully like what you'd be looking for.
Four-way tie doesn't give staff much direction.
Say that again.
Four-way tie, for the ones that get 2 votes, won't give us much direction.
Yep.
I wonder if we should re-vote on those.
On the citywide maintenance plan?
Anyone got 2 dots? We only have 1?
No, we've got 4, or we've got 5, 5, 3, 2, 1, or 3, 3, yeah, 2, 1. I think we're all right. Okay, and then 4, the Arts and Culture Master Plan, got the most. Followed by the partnership for adult soccer fields. It was 5. Then 4 was that understand homelessness. And then we've got 2 ones that work with, let me see that right, work with companies on how they communicate effectively using different languages, and then the ARL moving that into city limits.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions on those as priorities? All right. Nice. So feel like the right ways to go.
Can I bring up something we didn't touch on, and I don't know where it would fit in all this? Okay.
That was awesome. I was sure. Be able to say out of order. That's funny.
Go ahead, Gary.
Well, something got said in that work session that Thursday, and I did some research, and I'm just going to throw this out there. We have over 20 parks in town. All the national data says you need so many parks per population, so we really need about 12 parks, 10 to 12. Understanding some of the parks have no infrastructure in them, okay, so there's no money really involved in it, okay? And Jeff came to us and said, you know, he's doing a park a year, and and equipment, you want to redo them every 10 years. So is something we should look at? Should it be looking at disbanding 7 or 8 parks and then possibly turning them into some low to moderate income housing projects? I mean, like looking at some of the smaller parks that are close to some elementary schools or middle schools or something that has playground equipment. Is that a way to help the park and rec budget? And I understand it goes against some things. It's like, you're taking away a park from someone's going to complain. But at the same time, we could increase housing on some pretty good property that's got some mature trees on it. And we could also help park and rec with their budget. So just something, I just want to throw it out there, just think about it somewhere.
Oh, that's facility, never mind.
Yeah.
I was gonna put it in.
Done. Agreed. I've told Jeff this before. We got too many parks that we can take care of, and especially when you look at the parks that actually have an infrastructure that's worthwhile to even to go to, you can probably eliminate a handful already. And then you look at what's been done at Elks. If that's what we call redoing a park, it's a sad excuse. And so, if in my mind, I'd rather have smaller amounts but better quality parks than I would.
One of them we don't even own.
Easy one to not invest in.
So Gabe and Gary, I'm gonna ask a question, and please, those of you who voted for this, please let me know if I'm overstepping my bounds. What I'm hearing is maybe it's not just a city facility maintenance plan, but it's a city facility and park maintenance plan. And I in my head I can put it inside of the plan, because part of maintenance would be also decommissioning things. At least in my world in manufacturing, part of the maintenance plan was always, when do I also decommission a test stand or an assembly line or whatever. So my head
Two imaginary votes.
And Sue, it's even further than that. There are vacant lots in this town. The city's owned since the 60s, has no use for them. It probably was bought as a floodplain at one time, but now the dikes were built. We're sitting on land down at the end of East Church Street.
Cannot be sold part of our floodplain system. We've already had this conversation and looked at this year recently, so, yeah.
Even though it has a dike next to it.
It still floods. I mean, it still gets wet when it's wet, so, yep.
Back to parks, I was telling Jeff about the Elks Park and how I didn't think that we didn't get a soccer field out of it too. And I started on Park and Rec Advisory Committee for 3 or 4 years before I ran for city council, and I wondered why we had as many parks as we did too. So it's kind of fun to hear somebody else express that question.
But this is exactly like, even though we may disagree on the future population of Marshalltown, we want nice things in town. So if we can't afford to keep up the 20 parks, and then on top of that, we're not getting what we thought we were getting with this $100,000 revamp of Elks Park, and then now this bridge issue, we're going to Band-Aid that rather than going back and saying, go back and fix this. Fix these rails. Don't put a box at the end of the concrete. I mean, when do we stop accepting things that are subpar or doing things that are subpar? When do we start stepping up to the table, make some hard decisions? And if we can't control 20-some parks, then we're doing something easily fixed.
So again, are we all okay if it's create a city facility, park, and property? Do you need property in there, or is it just create a facility and park maintenance plan?
City-owned property maintenance plan. Yeah.
City asset maintenance plan.
Well, I like that because that even includes the vehicle plan.
Yeah, I feel like the parks is a different thing, because when you say maintenance, that's really looking at things that we're proposing in the capital improvement plan.
So they should be separate things?
I feel like if you want to reduce the number of parks, that's a completely different thing than a maintenance plan. Like, that's a different conversation.
And it's totally up to you guys. Again, I told you I put in maintenance from my history with manufacturing, and I know that decommissioning and commissioning is part of that, but that doesn't necessarily apply to city. That was the only reason I wanted to address this from my past experience.
Okay, and
Add it.
say that we're in consensus, so write it as a big thing and circle it because
Yep. All right. So it's a park
Give me some more stickers.
Park, plan, I'm gonna write park plan review, but that's not the right, but there's, yes, thank you. But there's the decommissioning part of it, or the reduction of it, what that plan looks like. Park plan review. All right, anything else?
One more thing. I heard Joel say he agreed with me,
I
even
did.
after he said I was out
I
of
did.
order, that we have too many parks.
I do. I did.
There's your headline. Next
There you go, yeah.
Joel agrees with Gary in work session.
That's funny. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome job. We are to the wrap up for today. That was everything we needed to done. So, or I should tell you next steps, by the way, between Jessica and I, the notes that Jessica has taken and the notes that I've taken on the flip charts and such, we will update all of this information and send it back out to the council for final review, right? To make, again, just to make sure we don't add words in there that isn't what the intention was of what we agreed to. And then this will become the plan then that as Jessica sends out notes and things like that, this will be on that monthly, right?
Quarterly, what we reference on our memos, so we'll restructure.
Yep, so that'll all be there. So then the last thing, we changed the process this year. Staff did prep work coming in, we brought it into you all. So that the work session with just the council. Would love feedback from you and or any comments you want to make. And then Mayor, you guys, Jessica, you guys are going to have to tell me like how what the proper way is to wrap up the city council meeting. So that
The mayor just says the meeting is
I just bang this and try not to hurt my thumb.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So first, I would love to hear feedback from you all because you guys gave me input on how to do it differently this year. We did something different. Wondering how it felt, what you thought.
I just want to reiterate, I think it was Dex that brought it up. I absolutely love that the memos we get from city staff, from Jessica and her staff, whenever we have a resolution or whatever, I love the fact that it has that little box, that it ties them in, that it's, keeping everybody on task, that it tells what of these 4, items that it's addressing. I just absolutely love that.
Nice.
That was a long time. It's just great.
Good. Not if we need to go around the room or just speak up.
I can go. I mean, I thought this year's was better than last year's. I think it was good to have the elected folks have the conversation. While I value the opinion of everybody who was involved last year, I think this kept it a lot more focused and more productive.
I would echo that. I think if we keep this format, you're going to get much more prepared council members coming into it. I think we all kind of did our loose work. I don't know if we fully anticipated how this was going to go. Some of these strategies were much more baked than others. I don't know if that was a product of maybe running out of time in the working session, but I think if we maintain this format and know it, I think you're going to get probably even greater participation and probably deeper thoughts from a council perspective.
And I'll say,
I'm assuming that's a positive, from your perspective, that would be a positive thing going forward, right?
Correct, yeah.
I assumed that.
and I'll again echo what Jeff and Barry said. I love this. We're the ones that we were elected to make these higher level decisions. I love the input we got. I'm not so sure we need the existing versus the new. Just give us one list.
Okay.
And we'll cherry pick it from there.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me if it was something in the works or if it's something brand new. A good idea is a good idea. So I guess I want to keep it the same format that they meet first, and then the only negative I heard was heard an employee say to me that their department had told them that this new plan, I can go to the council meeting, but I can't say anything. When it went to this 2-part thing, and it was said in a negative way, as how it was reported to me, and that's the only negative I heard. So.
Yep.
Yeah, and to clarify that, those words came out of my mouth, Gary,
Yep.
because that was truly the purpose here. It was not for any staff members to comment or provide anything.
I know,
And
but I'm
so,
just saying this department head told his staff it was kind of like, we don't get to go partake. I think it was like little sour grapes. But everything else I think was really, I think what you guys prepared for us was very positive. I think it helped us a lot. But again, I just say I don't think we need existing versus new.
Yep, it's good feedback. I appreciate that. It's good to know. This side of the room.
Yeah, I guess I'll chime in. As much as I harp on strategic first task and roles and responsibilities, I think it's none of that goes away because we are talking higher level, big bucket, directional items, right? And so I think that stuff is still important. I just want to make sure I say that out loud. I just don't think that's the intent of what goes on the list from a strategy and prioritization perspective. Right, we're doing a lot of things in the background, and it's always important to highlight and continue to make sure we celebrate those wins. But from a 3-year directional perspective, I think this year was better served in kind of a smaller list, smaller focused area of what's really going to get the money or going to get the energy or going to get the resources that we have where they're not already being allocated. So I enjoyed it. Always room for improvement, so it'll be interesting as we continue to move forward on how we continue to improve the process that we've used year over year. So thank you.
Yep, thanks. Anything? No, you're good. Okay, just anything else? No.
Okay.
Last word, right?
Last word, yeah. Well, I like the format. I do like the input from staff first. I like the reporting and the way that's changed, actually. I love the fact that when I first got on the council, we didn't get reporting. We didn't get monthly, quarterly. We sure as hell didn't get weekly reporting. I know everybody's interested in if we're going to have a big problem, we need to know it in advance and that sort of thing. And I think that area has been cleared, and so that's good too. So compared to the 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, I like the formatting. You're doing a nice job of getting us talking. So I couldn't improve on that. And if I'm the one with the last word, let me hit the gavel. Thank you. And formally, we are adjourned at 2:02 p.m. for anybody who's still watching on the internet.
And so when do you want to start looking at houses?